calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. 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 Till my speaker calm. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows. I'll keep going till my speaker calm blows.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a Benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brothers since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, acting like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. Pacino.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. How will I get out of the jungle? Everybody wanna stop me. 10 more steps up the mountain. Now everybody's looking for me. Spend my life in the desert till something changed inside of me. Now I'm flying over oceans. Everybody looking at me. I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. Full power, get louder. I'ma get strong, just watch me. Full power, get louder. I'ma get strong, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. Gonna hear my song, just watch me. Every hour, no doubter. I can run this town. Somebody give me the key. Oh, I can run this town. Oh, I can run this town. No more doubt about me. Oh, I can run this town. Don't you know I got the
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. The way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my I'll keep going till my I'll keep go till my speakerphone. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. 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 Going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. I'll keep going till my I'll keep going till my I'll keep go till my speakerphone. I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows. 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 I'll keep going till my speakerphone blows.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God it's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards ECL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/ECL.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another night of ESL Challenger League. I am JRT, joined by, for the very first time, actually, Affinity. Affinity, how you doing?
I am doing good, thanks. So you said first time. I have been dying to cast Blue for ages. We've finally made it happen. And, you know, a little bit of a late night for me here in the UK, but I have no better way that I could think of to spend it. And what a matchup we have on our hands, mind you.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a good one. You know, getting info up against Wildcard. I think obviously a rematch of the upper bracket. I think it was not semi-final, anyway. Either way, it was upper bracket. At some point, both these teams played against each other. I don't know why it's in my mind right now. Yeah, it was 4 days ago. But either way, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if Wildcard can get over the hump, really. Honestly, this is a team that looked pretty solid. And we're going to check out the bracket in just a little bit so we can get our answer as to how everything went down. But honestly, this is a team that has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. They've had a lot of changes on the roster that have come through. And finally, Fuzi has returned. And there you'll see it, the upper bracket semifinals. I was right the first time. I should have never doubted myself because I started getting into all a tailspin, but no. Yeah, that was a reverse sweep as well for getting info, right?
It was indeed, and I'm also quite curious to see because the winner of this will play in the grand finals versus Marsborough. So I think it would be interesting to watch the rematch of Getting Info versus Marsborough. That's a little bit of a grudge one. Can they finally take that series? But again, got to get their first wildcard. You said brought back Fuzi's been in the limelight a little bit recently, but they've not quite been finding the same footing. However, I've got to point out that getting info this cup, because of course this is the second of the ECL Cups this season, actually getting info came 17th to 24th in the first one. Not a great showing at all. They've only made one roster change since then, but they've been looking monumentally better.
Yeah, no, Dia, who's obviously been fantastic and is our Kadia player to watch that we're going to bring up on screen for you. He's been a great re-addition to this core of players. Obviously we have the matchup right on your screen, but Dia was fantastic when he was with this squad previously. He decided to step away because I believe there's some disagreements, let's say, with some of the players in that squad. And now with Dare being replaced by Dia, I don't know where his disagreements lay, but at the same time, you have to wonder if it was one of the players that is no longer there anymore, and it could have been Dare. Who knows? But either way, Dia has been very impactful for them. He's a solid opera, one of the, I would say, top 5 North America at this stage, at least in the Challenger League level. So for me, it's as we're going to see Dia on screen right there. Not dead, but Dia. And no, he's been very solid for them. He was the reason why in a lot of ways, along with Markey, that they were able to beat Wildcard previously.
Yeah, exactly. If you go back and look at, the match page, you'll see that Dia was the one highlighted for most AWP kills, was winning out a lot of those AWP duels, just outright a lot of the time. So that was really exciting to see. High cast, high ADR, just everything really coming together for him over the past couple of matches. And we expect to see him firing on full cylinders. We mentioned a little bit in the green room, quite an interesting, little fun factoid on the side is Dia came in to replace Dare, so a matter of 1 letter difference in the sort of blink, and you'll probably be a little bit bewildered by the changes going on there. But Dia's been looking really strong. I'm really excited to see them coming into this. If the Veto is anything like we saw last series, where they played Overpass and Dust, 2 very AWP heavy maps to start off the series, going to be even more impactful to see him in the server in the way that we're expecting.
Now we're going to get that Veto in right now. I would be surprised if it changed. Oh, okay, it will. Ancient, but okay. Ancient picked by getting info. Overpass picked by Wildcard, and Nuke is the decider. This is actually very curious because last time, if I'm not mistaken, it was getting info that picked Overpass, right?
The Veto was getting info picking Overpass, Wildcard picking Dust 2, and then Ancient as the decider. So we're getting 2 of those maps, but different pick on Overpass, and Ancient being picked sooner than being left as a float. I'm a little bit worried if this goes the distance about that Nuke final map, because Wildcard over the past couple of months has not had an amazing showing. They've played it a similar number of times in officials, so number of reps is the same, but far, far better results from getting info.
Yeah, it's a bit of a concern for sure on the Wildcard side. That being said, with this current roster for Wildcard, I don't think they've actually played it too much. It looks like, I think 3 times. The first one was against NIP, and I agree with you, that was not good. 4-13 drubbing at the hands of NIP, which I feel is, on the rise right now in Europe. And then you have Akimbo and Barry Pickers who got handled there by Wildcard on map number 3. But I think it goes back to Wildcard moving away from the Dust 2 pick that they were trying to make work, right? I saw them pick into it, I think 3 times in a row, and each time it didn't look good. It was just a very poor showing across the board from them, and something that I understand they want to expand their map pool, but right now it isn't working. So I think they need to go back to the drawing board on that map, and that's probably why we're seeing Overpass come through as their pick. Even though they'd kind of been leading away from Overpass, they're like, oh, let's try Dust 2 a little bit more. It makes more sense for Overpass to be the map that they end up on, especially considering they were not only pretty competitive on the previous time, you just absolutely destroyed getting info 13-3, and that's why after that first map I was thinking, okay, Wildcard should be comfortable. They're going into maybe a questionable map pick of Dust 2, but then you have Ancient as the leftover map, so they'll probably get one of those 2, and they didn't. So that's the state that Wildcard's in right now. You can get these dominant victories, but they're having trouble closing out some of these series.
Yeah, I think it's going to be curious to see as well, because Wildcard, we only got to see 4 T-side rounds from them when they last played up against each other, and 4 rounds is not a whole lot for us to sink our teeth into when we're looking at the context of these two teams clashing on Overpass. We will actually get to see a proper full T-side here for Wildcard on this map, which I'm looking forward to. Should be really good, should be really pacey. Going to need to see, as you said, them getting over that hump is a team that I think maybe we expected slightly more from them we've seen in the past couple of matches, but expectations are high and I hope that they can meet them, and it'd be really great to see them kick off this map strong.
Yeah. And then one of these two teams is going to get a rematch in the grand final. Like you mentioned, Getting Info want that before the grand final and then in the upper final, excuse me. And Wildcard actually played up against Marsborn it's not in this one. I think it was over in the NA Revival series that they played up against.
Yeah.
Right? And they lost there after taking the first map as well. So it's technically a rematch for both these squads in some ways if they get to that grand final. Anyway, here we go into the action. 4v4 already as frags come through for both Getting Info and Wildcard.
Yep, and look at that. They pulled all of the rotates, and now the A site is empty. You can see Fugu maybe panicking a little bit, a haphazard dash back on over. They're not going to be able to get there particularly in time, but Bomb hasn't started going down yet. There's a chance they can make this a bit more competitive. Whittle away the numbers, make the retake easier before it even needs to begin, but no, Slump and Snav both find picks, and that's going to make it so much harder now.
Yeah, Markey was really good. Oh my goodness, Slump. Okay, Peeping's gone. JPA's going to get a couple back. Okay, trying to go down to a 1v1 now. Taking the shots. It looked like that one was good, but someone didn't connect on it. Dia's still alive, fading away to that bomb site. JPA picks up another gun, and he still can't do it. Dia wins the duel. That was a little bit messy on both sides, but it will be Getting Info taking the pistol.
That the fact that Dia is allowed to not only run away, back completely turned, but jump around the corner and allowed to live at the back of that is insane there. But I think it's going to be a theme that we see setting up a little bit is when these teams last played versus each other, is that Wildcard were actually going for and being a lot more successful in the opening duels, but they weren't converting those 4v5s to the same level. Getting Info were just bringing it back. They were finding the equalizing picks pretty quickly and spiraling what should have been a huge advantage each and every round into a loss for Wildcards. And whether we see that keep up, it's very early days, but setting the theme now, setting the tone. Quickest tech pause I've ever seen there. That's got to be a career record.
Well, sometimes we get those quick ones. I don't mind it. We'll never complain about a tech pause ending quickly.
Especially in NA.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, honestly, I'm not trying to pick a region that's best or... Okay, we'll get back to it. Slump's going to get the opener onto Fiku. 5v4, just the pistol upgrades on the side of Wildcard right now. Getting Info taking a pause right now. And then Fuzi finds the trade onto Markey, but then gets a little over-aggressive in his hunt and will get put down. Dia getting the next. Makes it a 4v2 in favor of Getting Info.
Yep, and there's going to be a little bit more of a push there, a little bit of a look. JBA spotted somebody behind the scenes working their way through, but Stanislaw finds one, immediately traded and answered, and JBA long range is just not able to find the chip away there. Second round, and it's all pretty secure. They're losing 2, it's acceptable casualties.
So 2-0 there. I mean, look, Fuzi made a nice play here. I feel like just falling off of it afterwards may have been a better decision just because he puts more pressure on Getting Info in a 5v4 situation for Wildcard, but instead he goes a little bit further, and obviously, there's probably that chip on Wildcard's shoulder as well, that they want to get aggressive into the face of Getting Info, get revenge for that previous series, but anyway. Yeah, go ahead.
But I think you're right, but I think it's going to lean directly into the getting over aggressive, losing those 4v5s. Fuzi, tested, and Markey, the speed is incredible. Fiku's there to put a stop to it early on. Molotovs go out, and is actually just going to catch him where he stood. Not quite on the edge of the smoke there, but they're going to back away now. Information, actually, they've not been too proactive in mid, but a quick peek is going to show them nothing's there, so maybe potentially an idea that JBA's got to start getting ready.
Fiku thought he was going to venture down to bottom of mid, but he just readjusts into donut. Stanislaw info hops, doesn't see anything. Now Dia going to take that space into mid. He was one of the key reasons why they won on Ancient last time. 18 frags to his name, 1.14 rating. But honestly, it was, even though he may not have had the most frags in the squad, the AWP came through so critically for him on multiple occasions that it felt like he was the one that had the most impact.
Oh, here we go. JBA with the first. Peeping actually the kill steal for the second, and all attention still focused here on Dia. Will not be able to find anything. Molotov to go out, but it's sweet and nothings. The round, it's already done. It's already over. If you can find a couple of picks, maybe nice, but you might just want to be looking at heading back and trying to save the spoils of war. You've got head armor, Kevlar, you've got a full pelt of utilities, so really don't want to let this one slip away here.
Time will expire. And that'll do it. As you said, definitely want to save that one. And I think he's lucky that so many wildcard players were lit up, because if they weren't, maybe they would have been a little more aggressive on the hunt, but they also want to keep their economy healthy. So does walk away with that AK and the util, and that'll lead to a more potent force buy on the side of getting info.
Yep. Unfortunate for Marky here is just going to be stuck with that Desert Eagle, choosing to invest a little bit heavier into that utility instead of plan in mind. Smoke goes out for top mid, but feeling going to get disrespected, going to run on through and send Fiku pack it in towards Donut early on. Lot of space just being taken and passively held here early round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see Wildcard aren't getting more aggressive in towards mid. I know that previously against getting info, they did get punished a few times when they did it, so maybe they're taking that more passive approach as a result. But I mean, the current meta dictates that, you know, going for that mid aggression, getting a couple of players in position there is usually favorable, because you don't want the T's to have full control of the back lines like that. And I mean, stuff like this can occur where Peeping gets caught out just going for a peek and goes down to 13 HP because there's already two players occupying the space in mid.
Got a little bit scared by that HE chasing him up, but here we go. Up onto B, they've already crept. Ooh, finds the first pick. Can't quite spin around to find Stanislaw there. Slump is going to fall back, just holding these angles, but the rest of the team pushing on forward. Bomb's going to go down. They've got one single smoke to try get this down and a whole bomb timer to work with, but Slump's found another pick. Stanislaw through the smoke finds the trade. But that smoke's causing them a lot of issues. It's funneling them round to the left here. HE is going to be huge onto Marky, but still going strong. Fiku dancing with the corner here. They have to try weasel them out, but Dia's just so well positioned. Even though the smoke comes out, there's nothing they can really do here. Time's getting really low. Marky, quick duck under the bullets, finds the pick, and there's a third. That one round naught, but a speed bump. Their journey to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really nice take of the site. Obviously, like as I said, Wildcard giving them a lot of space to maneuver, and they use that space to get in towards B. And then Dia, the spam through the smoke, just right on the money. Stanislaw just had no idea it was going to happen. And now we got another tech pause coming through. But yeah, no, overall, well played for getting info. Even in the post plant, Marky does not get too scared of all that utility that was being dumped in his direction. Holds the line at pillar. And will get the job done along with Dia. There's another tech pause quickly over. What I was going to say before about tech pauses actually is from my experience anyway. I'm not saying this is necessarily the truth, but South America has had a lot of very long tech pauses. They are guilty of that many a time.
Yeah, South America is, it seems to be cursed at the moment for tech pauses. They, if there was a trophy, they would win. Probably a participation prize. That's not a trophy you ever want to win, but South America takes the cake with that one.
I think if there were actual stats for that, like time lost to tech pauses.
Somebody needs to start tracking it.
I think we do. I think this is something we need to see. Either way, JVA is going to get an opening here as we're yapping. On to Snav. And now we'll fall back in towards Long B. So that's good for Wildcard. They get that timely aggression down towards ramp. And now we'll continue their passive play into mid, which, again, could work out for them, especially with 4 players postured to defend the A site if getting info head in that direction.
Yeah, loads of respect given in mid, and I briefly mentioned the ability to convert on the 4v5s wasn't always amazing for Wildcard.
Right.
So yeah, opportunity available. Oh, HE does not get a chance to go flying. Mid control re-established. Damage on Slump here as well. Gives them a lot to work with. Stanislaw up close and personal with the MP9. Smoke gonna blossom, not in time to save him. And now a whole site fell, and bomb doesn't go down.
That's actually a really nice play. JBA with the nade, and then JBA with the rifle takes care of it all. A 3K, actually an ace for JBA. I didn't even realize he got all of them in that round. Very far apart from when it started, but still beautifully executed towards the finish line. That is just some fantastic work from the young star here for Wildcard.
The fact that they deny the bomb plant once, and the splash damage as well. I mean, it's a kill either way onto Shane, but it's just so on the wounds. Is that bomb not allowed to go down? No post plants to be established as well, because everyone's so focused on replace. It's like a Hydra, you know, you cut one head off, you cut one bomb diffuser down, another one pops on up, and they're too busy. But there we go, next round Snav. Very quick kill, but will be punished for it. Peeping gets one and manages to back away as well, but they've got trouble brewing on A. Rotates come over quickly, and Stanislaw finds Deer on the way. That's just going to buy so much advantage, whittle the numbers down, and now they've got to even try take a site. Player disadvantage and utility all but spent already.
Still plenty of time left on the clock, but that early failure to activate for getting info towards mid puts them in a handicap situation. Stanislaw waiting with the MP9 up close and personal towards those double doors at B. This is a problem no matter which way you slice it for getting info on what is actually a force buy round. Stanislaw will take care of Shane. Markey next to fall. And Slump. While he does get one, Stanislaw will fell him as well. A quad kill for Stan, and BM
teammate
on his teammate. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about, but sure.
It's motivation not to die for future rounds, you know. Yeah, this is what happens to people who. But yeah, lovely played at the end. Instant trade coming on through. So many situations like that you see where it can slip away so quickly. One kill becomes two. And yeah, the round's probably not going to go too much further, but it leads to recovered weapons. And as you said, that was a force buy round for them. They've got nothing in the bank coming into this. So this is going to give Wildcard the best opportunity possible to take that lead early on. Nade directly onto Marky's skull is just caved in. He's going to be hopping in the rest of the round here.
Yeah, that's a nice nade onto Mark. I'm actually surprised they went for the force buy, to be quite honest. Not necessarily what you'd call for in that round, because of the fact that usually the force buys back and forth happen when, you know, it's round number 3, for example, and you lose round number 2. But in that situation, Aniko may have been the best call. Instead, they decide to go all in, and it might cost them the lead here. We'll see. Maybe they can still pull it off with the Tech 9 and the Deagle. The 3 Glocks round out what they brought into this round. There's a late smoke thrown into Donut.
Okay, very slow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people watching, and there's not a single smoke to deal with this. They are going to have to do something really speedy around this corner. Ooh. First player hopping on through. They've managed to get past the initial choke point here. They're going to have to try take these fights. There's a single pillar for them to try stay safe in, but they're all just going to be mowed down here. No utility to get off the line of sights. They got past the first hurdle, but immediately face planted on the second.
That is, yep, that's usually how it goes. In those types of rounds, we get those surprises on certain occasions, but that was absolutely clean. From Wildcard, up 4-3. Here come the guns again for getting info, but I still appreciate the discipline from Wildcard. Didn't get over aggressive. They waited for getting info to make the play. And I mean, getting info have been leaning B quite often, so I feel like that was the read that Wildcard had as well. Like, they're probably going to go B if they haven't really engaged with us or found a frag yet, and that's exactly what happens. So See if that continues to be the trend of of Getting Info. Try to go into mid a little bit more, and they will. Peeping is there to greet them, and then Stanislav pops his head out of Jag. Look at this, though. They get two back, and a third as well. Stanislav, Peeping, and Veto, and then Fuzi as well. Oh my goodness. I've seen this too many times before for Wildcard, and now it'll be a 3v1.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. And we said, you can have a really great start the round. And it looked so good with those two opening picks that they found. But just, what a clean round, just mechanically from Getting Info there. Headshot after headshot. And, how do you contend with instant death, right? Because the plan falls apart so quickly. It looks so good. The first couple of steps go exactly how you planned them in your head. You've taken all the space. The issue is single flash comes out in mid, two picks are found, and then back to back to back Getting Info do not give Wildcard a chance to pull back, to re-evaluate this mid round. There is no mid round. The mid round is over before they even realize they've got to try come up with a new plan.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That was really, really difficult for Wildcard. I actually, like I said before, they needed to get more aggressive towards mid, and they did, and it gave them a 5v3. Excuse me, I hit my keyboard there because I'm so frustrated with how that went down. But and then they lose it immediately because I think they didn't take the step back they needed to, because you get that aggression, then you can, take a step back, don't get over-aggressive, but they kept on peeking and Getting Info punished. Anyway, action happening here. We're down to a 3v3. Getting Info trying to get in towards this A site for once, and Shane, despite being flashed, gets that frag. Dia the trade after they lose Marky, and it's all up to the IGL Stanislav in a 1v2.
I think you just got to get out of there. There's nothing in the tank for you in the round after this. This will be the hero weapon. Maybe Peeping can put some stuff together, but they'll be missing utility. And with the back and forthness of the past couple of rounds, it's meant that the money's going to be in an interesting situation with loss bonuses. But even the save here might not be particularly able to happen. They've decided not to plant the bomb.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to say, they haven't planted the bomb yet. So, Stanislav's probably still thinking he can get this, right? 1v2, no bomb plant. He perhaps maybe in his mind, they forgot the bomb at T-spawn or something, and they're going to try deviating towards mid. But now he can creep in here and maybe catch them off.
If he's quick, he might have a timing to catch the reposition. Oh, there's the first. Location known, you just got to go for this. Doesn't know where to look, and that's Shane using the lack of information he has to his advantage. But the waiting game there can get very risky.
Yeah, no question. I thought Getting Info would plant the bomb a little bit sooner, but they fall back in towards Donut, trying to outweight Stanislav, and Stanislav almost gets the jump on him, let's be honest. Maybe a little bit of trigger discipline there would have been a good idea, because then he waits and sees if he can spot that second player. But perhaps he was thinking, what if they're going to just come and clear Donut afterwards, and this guy's just clearing over into Temple. So I understand the idea in both directions, right? Either way, going to be a timeout called here by Wildcard to talk things over, saying, all right, guys, what are we doing? We had the 4-3 lead. Now we've lost 2 in a row again, and we're back down to pistols. Need to settle ourselves down. Especially considering after that 4-3 lead, they did the right things. I was talking about it as all the action was going down, but they took the aggression into mid. They got the 5v3. It's just that they couldn't hang on to it at all. 3 unanswered frags, as you kind of put it, so quickly. It happened so fast that there was no mid round in existence because they were already looking at
dead.
Instant deficit. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be that ability to find across the map just rapid succession kills. Makes it so difficult to piece together a plan. Talking of going to be difficult to piece together a plan, we are going to have a very early head-on collision. Viku with the first, and Peeping trying to capitalize off the back of it as well. Manages to pick up a weapon, but it's an AWP. He's not going to be able to find much use of it there right now. Shane has to reload. Stanislav, an opportunity here to try and get away. Still wants to stand and fight, and unfortunately that means Marky is just going to find the pick. JBA lurking elsewhere on the map. They know he's that B player, so knows that the delay on his arrival is going to be playing in the back of their minds. But he's here now, smoked off, and that means his impact's going to be potentially pretty limited. Is he just going to walk through and scare Slump off the plant?
Yeah, Slump just goes for a saver plan. He's like, all right, I know where you are. I'm going to go behind these boxes and find that bomb. See you later. JBA, and now there's going to be a flurry of bullets fired off in his direction. He is spotted. and still hits that, JBA. You got to be kidding me on that. No second. Shane puts him down, but it gets a little scary. If he hits that one on Shane, you're like, okay, what's going to happen next? JBA has looked sharp at the very least. 13 frags on the board. Wildcard still find themselves in a 2-round deficit heading into the second to last round of this half.
Yeah, it's just been looking very good. JBA has been a bastion over on that B side, and I'm excited to see potentially some more when he's allowed to get a little bit more off the leash over on the T side. But early util coming out, looking to try keep Wildcard out of the mid contention once again. Actually, not too bothered, looking to potentially head Cheetah instead, and that they do. Dia popped up, boosted position. No one's going to show their face. Incredible flash there. JB is running through the fire and the flames to take this, but the over-aggression hand in the cookie jar punished for his hubris. Marky gets a second. Fuzi's got one in the mix, but it feels like a consolation prize.
Still a lot of damage done here on the side of Wildcard to Marky and Dia, so there's a chance of getting back into this one. But, you know, at the same time, you do have Fuzi at half health. And Shane covering Slump's flank as he's trying to peer around that corner in towards Jag. It's going to be a difficult hold here for Wildcard if getting info decide to go A, but right now the lean is B where there are 2 players postured. Fuzi with the A1S.
Fiku, the only player with any utility left to try hold this off on the other side of the map, and actually peeping, curious to see if this is a reposition or if this is a head over, but noise has been made. He's gonna go too far here. Flash goes over the top. Fuzi looks away for a second, but they're not going to use that as an opportunity to strike. Whittling down that time, alluring Fuzi into this fight, and we've seen how that's gone. Has to reload, caught out in the open, and it's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Needs peeping to keep him safe here, but unfortunately, as he tucks on in, it's going to be too late. If Shane doesn't find the pick, somebody else will. Bomb's going to go down, and Fiku's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Fiku's on for a save. There's no way he's engaging here. I mean, in that situation, I think Fuzi just has to trust peeping, right? Just focus on ramp, you know, take care of that position and trust peeping to watch cave. If he falls, then so be it, but maybe you can find some impact on the other side. In the end, they both fall and neither get a frag. So it's a little bit tough. I think comms might have gotten a little crossed up there for Wildcard for a moment, but either way, it's getting info. That'll be on to 7 for their T side, which is 1 round victory away from replicating their performance in the first half of the previous match on Ancient against Wildcard.
Exactly. I'm curious to see if history is going to continue to repeat itself if we're going through the predestined motions. But opportunities are available. There's going to be a lot missing here for Wildcard to try and find that little bit of an extra leg up going into that T side. There's going to be Stanislaw's on a pistol, for crying out loud. This is not a great buy, but I'm hoping this may be the motivation for them to go for something pacier, because we've seen how well that's worked in this map so far.
Yep, there it goes. And okay, well, Fiku gets 1, peeping another. You're right. I mean, the pacier play does work, as you called out. You know, previously when they went for this, they did get the first 2 frags, just didn't fall back quickly enough to avoid the instant trades. This time they do fall back. They get a rifle in their hands, and they got 2 MP9s and a 5.7 as well. I say they get a rifle. They might have brought that into the round, because I think they haven't been able to recover the guns that were dropped by the 2 players on getting info. But this is an advantage, despite the fact that they might be more limited in terms of hardware.
Yeah, I think the weapons weren't recovered. If we have a look at the little X's, they seem really far away, and the only CT player that was close enough to pick one up is Fiku, who's gone down. So I think it might have been bought in. But I mean, it's good from getting info that even at a player disadvantage, they've gone down in unrecoverable locations. Peeping a little bit of a jump spot going out there. Molotov means that he's not going to be allowed to do that anymore. Stanislaw gets very aggressive with a pick, lucky to be walking away with any HP, and I say that Marky was not content to let him live. JBA tucked into the corner. This corner much better cleared. Ooh, cosmetic clear there. Snav gonna back away. Still alive. Molotov to try flush out the infestation. Lines up the first and the second. Catches fire. And now Fuzi, the last left alive. It was such a great start, but we talked about this. Getting it over the line has been where the problems have been.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now Fuzi sticking with that MP9. Coming up ramp. It's being watched by Marky. Now he looks away at the wrong moment. Fuzi could have an advantage here. Util's out. Marky dead. Now he has to flick and find that last player. Does find him and gets the spot. Snap misses the opportunity to punish, and Fuzi finally pulls around the wildcard, get an opener on across the finish line. It will be a fifth for them as we will head to a break. All right, we're going back into it here. Second half of action. Wildcard managing to scrape away a fifth round victory in what seemed like an unwinnable situation in a lot of ways in that last round of play, but Fuzi, the hero, pulls it off, and now they go into a pistol round that they're hoping will lean their way so they can start the talk of a comeback.
Exactly, Dia. There's the first, puts down the hopes, the miracles that Fuzi had committed last round. Fiku, though, absolute tear it looked like, but no, it has been put down viciously. Slump with one, Snav with two, and Dia to close it on off. And it looked, a nice early dink onto Slump, and it does go absolutely nowhere. And this is a little bit of a worry, is that we said, it's technically a CT-sided map, And we said they'd done a round better than they did the last time they played. They got 5 rounds on the CT side as opposed to 4. We're also saying the bar's pretty low, so is that really a compliment we can sing the praise of? So coming into this, a pistol round would have been nice to restore a little bit of the faith and give us a little bit of hope that this isn't going to be going through the same motions as the last time they fought on Ancient, but we'll have to see. They've got a couple of Tech 9s, and we said the pacey plays worked for them last time. Now they're on the T side. It should work even better.
I think the concern as well is, again, they're getting a lot of opening duels and losing rounds, which was the case in the pistol as well. They're going to get 4 frags are getting info this time between Shane and Snav, divided up evenly amongst them. And now Marky will chase down the last. Oh, maybe not. Kuzi manages to get one before eventually. There we go. Shane will take care of that. Full house between Shane and Snav, and a 9th round on the board. That was a force buy for Wildcard as well, so it'll likely be 10 for getting info, unless these Deagles can work some magic.
I mean, we have seen some crispy shots, but I'm not believing in anything just yet. We'll see how the early round goes. As you said, they've been good at finding these opening picks. They have not been as amazing at spiraling them, especially on gun rounds. And if you can't do it on the gun rounds, I'm not expecting too much on these ecos. But early utility goes out. We saw getting info was given a lot of space to work with on the T side here in mid, and it looks like they are not going to be awarding the same graces now that it's their turn to defend. JBA up on the boxes. He's not going to get an opportunity to see anybody just yet. Marky's found Fiku. Utility goes out just to block any early pushes, and it's going to force them to reconsider this site. They're going to look to head elsewhere, but Marky's still here and causing them trouble.
Yeah, as he usually does. He's always that snake in the grass, it seems, even on that CT side. And he will take care of business on 2 players. JBA, the last one standing, should be flushed out here fairly quickly. And he is! Shane will take care of business on that wicked peak with the MP9 as he gets the last, and Marky is the one getting the multi-kill round this time. There it is, 10-5, as getting info double up on Wildcard's scoreline.
Yep, lovely stuff there. And the mid is going to be interesting topic of discussion in this half. Now the guns are going to be coming out. Are we going to see them want to fight for this? It was a bit of a sore point first half. And now they really kind of need it. It's a very crucial thing, especially to be able to pivot on these sites. But look at the pace in which getting info are heading into mid. They will give them no room to breathe. And look at the barrage of utility over towards B. The mini-map erupts into chaos. And unfortunately, I say unfortunately, actually, Stanislaus completely put a halt on any point they were trying to make. Molotov goes out. Marky's not able to go and capitalize on this push. Try stop them getting into Cheetah. So now, 1 player on site. Shane's got to be oh so wary.
Marky flashed out, but he can't really do anything with it because he doesn't spot a player. And once he does, that's a bullet that grazes his leg. So it'll be about 28 damage to him. Yeah, about 4v5 still. Disadvantage for Wildcard. But the good news for Wildcard is that a lot of that early util they were tossing did hit the mark. You know, you have Stanislaw. It's not for Wildcard. Good news for getting info is the fact that their utility hit the mark. Stanislaw, Peeping, and Fiku going down to around the half health mark. So still a chance for getting info to take this round, especially if they gamble correctly, which it looks like they are. All 4 players on the B side, and that is where Wildcard are going.
Oh, here we go. Shane peeks out, and oh, it's just a cleanup on aisle Wildcard. Ooh, Stanislaus had something to say in this round. Found the 2 frags they've had so far. HE is going to be great. Oh, the retreat. They choose to back away, they choose to run, turn tail, and they got caught shot in the back of their head. Marky now has to step up. Low HP on Peeping, though. Sets this up for the perfect opportunity not to let this all go to waste. A single bullet's all he need, but his health low as well. Dancing around, toying with each other. He's going to dip back in. No, he's not. He just wants to fight. Bomb has to get tapped. There's only 5 seconds. It has to take the fight. Now Marky's going to win it on out, but oh, a photo finish on our hands.
Wildcard had an opening frag again, and they lost the round. It feels like we're broken records here, but that's how it's been for them. Yeah, here on this map of Ancient. 11-5 now for getting info. That one falls by the wayside. And the best news for getting info there is that was their bonus round, right? They're just bringing in the guns that they had in the previous one. A couple of them MP9s, and it ends up being an MP9 that wins it for them. This time around, you're looking at Wildcard, and it looks like they're getting desperate. You know, it's 11-5. They say if we give up this round and just go for a half buy or an eco, it's probably going to be 12. They feel like they have to go for it here, and they're all in.
Yep. All in will go next. That's what we're looking at here. Dear, we haven't seen a whole lot from the Orbs. It's not a map that particularly lends itself quite to the flashy plays that we are likely to see some of the other maps in this Veto. But Dear, we highlighted them at the beginning as our Kadir player to watch. I'm curious to see if we're going to get a chance to see him step up in this map, or if the rest of the team just seems to be so on fire as is that it's not even been needed for that star potential.
I mean, it's good news for them, right? If they don't necessarily need Dia to pop off like he did last time. You still got Markey contributing, which he almost always does, a top-rated player on this squad. And Slump, who made the shift from the op to the A1S because Dia was added, is at 18 frags, leading the team. So, and this is something that's impressed me actually for Slump. And while I do want to see him on the op, I think that's where he's got the most potential. That's where his entire career has been spent on the big green. He's transitioned to the rifle beautifully, and it's been a boon for the squad. There he goes again, finds one. Peeping will get the trade, but Slump is good for the second. Up to 20 now. Dia supporting with the op from Donut, and he will get two. As we mentioned that he didn't do much with the op just yet, he says, well, just watch this. Fuzi, last one standing.
I mean, the miracle worker himself, but not allowed any opportunity there. 1v4, just way too much to have ever asked in a situation like that. And now, you said it, force buy in the last round means that there's going to be a whole lot missing. They chose to go for two weaker buys back-to-back, hoping that one of them would pay off. And, well, we didn't see great results last time. Are we going to see much different this time? Well, guess we'll find out. They've just been being run down. The site holds have been incredible. They've been trying to play into them, but they've been falling into every pitfall. They're getting info as dug specifically for them. Mid again.
Yeah.
Just completely under their thumb.
I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? This is the way you typically want to play on Ancient. You know, having a player commit aggressively, you get opening duels like this, great flashbang for Slump. At least the trade is there for Wildcard, but this is what I was expecting to see out of Wildcard on their CT side, and they just continue to play passively on a map that, in the current state of things, you shouldn't. There you go again. You see Shane going in towards Jag, finds that shot onto Peeping. Another man advantage gain for getting info. It looks like Wildcard want to try to activate towards this B site, but I mean, this is their last chance.
Last chance opportunity. And I don't think getting info are going to want to let this sit. They are going hunting for these picks early. They've actually kind of given a lot of room here to work with. They've conceded the site, and now they're going to have to try and retake it. But whether that's before or after the bomb goes down, we will find out very shortly. Snav's not seen anything. They've not had anything over towards A, and there's a look over towards mid. Oh, Snav only good for one hit. Lovely spin around from Fuzi. Shane, are they going to be ready for him? Yes, they are, but they're going to line up anyway. Fuzi still firing on all cylinders, desperately keeping the hope for this team alive, but wide out in the open. A sitting duck as he plants, and it is going to be a 13-5 victory. Even better results that we are seeing coming out here from Getting Info. They are just building and building.
This is really just troubling if you're a Wildcard fan, honestly. For them to only get 5 rounds here on Ancient and make no improvements. In fact, you know, they're not even getting close to what they were in that previous map, right? They had 8 rounds, 3 rounds away from even hitting that mark. It's a downgrade from what we saw previously. So, yeah, I mean, obviously it hasn't been that many days since that match took place, but still you kind of expect to see some kind of adjustment. Unfortunately, it just doesn't come through. And I really do believe that CT side could have been more potent if they went for earlier fights, as Getting Info did. And you saw the results for them were absolutely phenomenal. They kept it clean on the second half, right? Wildcard didn't get a single round.
Exactly. And we've seen this a couple of times when these two teams fight, is flawless second halves. But I am a little bit worried because Wildcard should be the team. They should be going in, taking those early fights, and it feels like they're not confident to do so.
Yeah.
They should be. They're coming in as the favorites. They should be brimming with this confidence. They should be, they've been playing in all of these amazing tournaments recently. I want to see them play to the capability that everyone is expecting them, because if they have a little bit more faith in themselves, if they swing like the legends that they know that they should be, we'll see these opening fights going their way, and they've been kind of winning a couple of them, but they've not been able to convert. It feels that confidence falters all too easily.
Well, we'll see if their confidence is going to falter on a map where they were very effective on previously. Their pick of Overpass is coming up next.
I'll keep going till my feet become blown. I'll keep going till my feet become blown. I'll keep going till my feet become blown. I'll keep going till my till my feet become. I'll keep going till my feet become blown. Till my feet become.
Sometimes you gotta pray for a victory. Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been tested so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of on my feet when I touch the ground. Front of A to Beijing, man, they know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll, Lex account a blue face. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon, red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, acting like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on a better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When it done bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice? Sometimes you gotta thank God and just roll the dice. Pacino.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. 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 I
feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet.
All right, we're back here getting info up against Wildcard, and we're getting ready for some Overpass. Last time we were here between these two squads, it was a 13-3 drubbing in favor of this Wildcard side, but we didn't really get to see their T side, as you pointed out in the pregame affinity, and I'm curious to see if that one is going to be as potent, or continue to be as potent as their CT side was in the previous match.
Yeah, exactly. Going on to Overpass, it was an amazing CT start for Wildcard when these two teams last played each other. But of course, that was getting Info's pick. This time they'll, I'm assuming at least, be starting on the T side, which is the weaker side. Maybe a little bit of a mercy for them because the CT side just wasn't looking as coordinated as it could be over on Ancient. So I think maybe a chance to play that T side, start on the T side, and start feeling a little bit more comfortable with the idea of taking those fights might be a little bit of a kick up the backside that they need to get really into gear for this map.
I'm going to go in the opposite direction. I'm actually concerned for them to start on T side, given what happened, previously. And a lot of their T sides have been very problematic. Dust 2, their pick in the previous map, in the previous match was not great on their T side. I feel like the calling still isn't very, and not that the plays aren't good. I think Stanislaus has got a fantastic playbook on every map. It's just that Fiku is still trying to find his place on this roster, and then you have everyone else who's trying to get used to, obviously, Stanislaus having more power and control of this squad. So I think there's still this adjustment period that they're kind of stuck in, that they aren't yet out of, and that's the biggest problem for them. And most often, that shows more on your T side than your CT side. So yeah, I think that genuinely I have some concerns for them going on to this map.
Yeah, and we spoke a lot about losing those, finding those opening picks, but then not being able to convert them. This is a map where you really can't be affording to do that. It's so large, everyone is so spread out, right? If you find an advantage like that, it is such a huge leg up, especially on that T side, right? And if we see them unable to convert a 5v4 for them at least, on the T side, that's going to bring some more general worries, not just about the confines and context of this series, but how the team is just looking generally. But we're all sort of catastrophizing. Maybe we see an absolute lights out masterclass. Got a pistol round to start us off and set the tone, set the pace for what we're going to be witnessing. And I'm liking the heavy lean for the utility here. Stanislaus, we talked about it, a lot of plays in the back of his mind. Let's see what he's been cooking up for this one.
Alrighty, here we go. Pistol rounds were not good on Ancient at all for Wildcard. Maybe that'll change here on Overpass. Lots of information for Dia. He can just call this over to team and be like, guys, they're definitely around mid. I'm going to have a look here. They're not at A, so they're probably going B. Stay on B site. Do not rotate towards me. That's all the information for getting info. They have everything they need to win this round. Now it's just about hitting your shots.
Amazing flashes, but unfortunately no one's been able to connect a single shot. In fact, barely any points of damage done onto any of these wildcard players. And there's the site falling. 1 versus 5. Dia, 8 HP. We sung about him, the wonder kid coming in and just doing absolute numbers, but it's just a bit too much to ask here. Too far removed from the situation, and hoping that he can just keep hold of this Kevlar, to be honest with you.
Yeah, probably. We'll see if he can hang on to that, as I imagine getting info want to go for a force buy in the next round anyway, so that bit of extra armor could help. But that's just a great overload from Wildcard. Even with all of that information on the side of getting info, they could not get the shots to connect, and Wildcard just exploded right out of the gate and didn't really give them a chance to settle in. Like, when that happens, you have to get a couple of quick headshots on CD side, otherwise those Glocks will quickly overrun you, and that's exactly what happened.
Overrun indeed. But we said bad pistol rounds. We said that we've had some worries coming into the T side with them. That's a really good way to start, you know?
Yeah.
They heard us yapping. They heard bad pistol rounds and went, whoa, hold up. Let us show you why we came into this series as the favourites. And yeah, they might have lost the last series, but, you know, if you looked at the odds coming into this, they were still technically favoured to win on paper. They're still the team that I think a lot of people would have put their faith into when they saw the two names lined up against each other for this match. But it does look like getting info don't want to go down without a fight. We were talking about the MP9 versus the UMP earlier, and we're getting to see a little bit of both here in this round. Connector.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say, I think the MP9 is still a very... Oh, that's a nice nade. That's a juicy nade. And JB and Stanislav will capitalize on it. I was going to say, I think the MP9 is still very usable. Like, you just have to burst a little more than holding the spray down. But very much an SMG that players can still go to as their de facto force buy or eco round gun. But if you want someone to have more range, which is the case, you're going to see a UMP or an MP7 come through.
Now, everything gonna slow down a little bit. I say that, slow down as they are hurling themselves over through long, but such a long stretch of land to try cross that it's taking them a little bit of time. Now getting a little bit worried. They've not got much information towards the site. A little bit of utility left. I say a little bit, actually a lot of utility left to try get this done. Nobody near enough by really to have an answer immediately to this. So it's gonna have to be a retake, and I mean, doesn't look particularly likely. Huge advantage. I think maybe you want to cut your losses early here and just bunker down on this B side.
Looks like they will follow your advice and just hang around. Well, maybe not. They're going in towards T-spawn, but I imagine they're going to bunker down somewhere and just try to save the guns. Good job from Wildcard. Clean take of A. And, I mean, we can't forget that last time, the first map being Overpass and Wildcard winning it by a convincing scoreline, 13-3, we were leaning towards them to kind of take the series very quickly. And now we might be thinking the other way around, like, oh, well, you know, getting info got a 13-5 result on Ancient. That means they're probably postured for perhaps a 2-0. But, I mean, maybe this is going to be the reverse story, right? Where Wildcard gets the reverse sweep instead.
It would be something else to witness. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm usually a copium huffler, and you know what? I'll go with it. I'll be optimistic about it. I will tentatively be optimistic about it, though. So my allegiance hasn't been completely set on the reverse sweep. But it's a good start, and it's going to be a nice little third to secure themselves a bit of a leg up. But they do still have to get across the line. There's a little bit of weaponry, but this feels more like a bit of damage. Prepare and set yourself up for the future, as opposed to getting too worried about them now. Yeah, Molotov, I don't think it was meant to go quite that shallow.
No, it's doing a lot of damage to them on the side of Wildcard. Now Slump will capitalize on that damage, and then Snap comes in with the USP. This is just an eco round around a saved MP9, and it's a 4v3 in favor of getting info. Maybe that positivity was misplaced after all, but Fuzi will at least find a trade back onto Snav and maybe get things back under control here. It will, yeah, and peeping helps. Okay, now they're okay in a 3v1, but Marky still gets Viku.
Lovely flash. Oh, yeah. Isolates it. Ooh, switches to the sidearm his own. A battle of the pistols. Fuzzy is going to come out on top. The clutch king for this team, but that gets way closer than it had any right ever to do.
I didn't think it was going to get that close in a 3v1, but Marky not only gets that first shot, which is pretty nice winning that duel, but that flashbang, as you mentioned, absolutely brilliant. Well tossed, wins the fight against Peeping, and Fuzi's still trying to recover from the flash, so maybe Marky, if he had peeked even more aggressively, could have won the round. But it will be Wildcard who hang on, and I mean that in every sense of those two words, to get a 3-0 lead. As we go on here into round number 4, will be the buy-up from Getting Info. Diaz got the op again, and while it wasn't necessarily that potent for them, on Overpass last time, they didn't get much time on their CT side.
True. And now they've got guaranteed, 12 rounds. Not all of those, we've already seen 3 go, but there are still rounds available, and they have a set number that we will have to see them play out here. So plenty of opportunities hopefully going to be arising, but we do realistically want to see something come through pretty early on. Letting Wildcard get too much of a lead on this T side could cause a couple of problems. Nice little jump spot. Takes personal issue to the smoke to the left of him. Clears it out. Nobody's there though. Ooh, I think Dia might be waiting. Flashbang comes on through, so on his tippy toes, high alert. Flash is so good that he's got no idea where those players reposition to, how close, how dangerous the situation actually is. And a nice little swing from the two of them here together could be everything. Zoom for the second time, just catches Stanislaw. Ooh, ducks away, has to be careful not to leave Snav out on an island, isolated by the fight here. Swings on out to long, they have to find a foothold to work with, somewhere to vacate and exit to, and they're not going to find either of those things. They're going to find 2-player disadvantage, make that 3 with Dia going down to the HE.
Well, this looks like a different squad here from Wildcard. Getting trades. Man advantages in unfavorable situations in some cases. And now they've pushed Marky and Shane back away from this bomb site. Likely onto a save, you'd think, but Getting Info have been known to get pretty aggressive in these types of situations, so perhaps they still want to have a look in. It's just that there's such... with that op picked up, it's just too much to throw away or take a chance with.
Yeah, you're close enough by and you think maybe you can do some damage, but the issue is the economic damage they would do by trying to go for this does not in any shape, size or form outweigh the likelihood and the damage that could be done to them. The scales are not even, the options are not even. They take a couple extra weapons here. Fuzi's on 10k. He can drop for the whole team and then still have a little bit of spending money as a treat, right? So it's not worth it for them to try risk this huge investment for what is going to be the most minute dent possible. So yeah, good call to save. And you see even JBA goes down to the bomb there, so there are some small mercies to them backing off, that they are rewarded for their passiveness.
Fifth round of play, loss bonus is at full for Getting Info. And, ooh, almost an early duel 1. That's just spam through the smoke. I think that Peeping may have blown it away enough for visibility to be gained on him by Marky, and Marky almost gets that frag, cut short by just one singular point of health. So Peeping has to be on notice here. And in fact, Shane going up, I don't know if this is a good idea for you, Shane. You might be dead. Yeah, that was terrible. Fuzi going to get Marky as well, and Dia will strike back for 1. We've seen Wildcard lose these advantage situations before, but I feel like this time around it should be okay. Maybe not. Dia's going to get a couple back. 3v3.
Yeah. A couple of peaks here that are a little bit more aggressive than you would hope for. I guess that's the NA speciality, isn't it? Going for these aggressive peaks and aggressive fights. But it is, unfortunately, sometimes you overextend a little bit too far. Slump now just tucked in on site, has Dia for long-range tactical support. Needs to be careful because the player's already crossed. Fuzi's already on site here, and Dia doesn't want to spend too much time looking elsewhere. Knows there's a player in construction based off of that. Uses the HE as a little window of opportunity to pass. Unfortunately, though, Dia shot baited out. Fuzi is going to punish on these ever so small margins. Manages to get in a position. Snav's shown presence up in Sniper's Nest. And now, actually, Slump's taken down the AWP, stood out in the open. Molotov here could cause some problems. Actually forces them to reposition, catches them out. They've got no kits. I say there's a kit available. Look at it. Don't even need it.
Plenty of time, yeah. To get that defusal, very back and forth engagement there towards the site, but in the end, it will be getting info that get out on top. I think Fuzi hit a really nice shot to win the duel with Dia, who was doing that right before it happened, but then cannot track down Slump quickly enough, and in the end, it will be Snav finding the trade in order to get that defusal. I was going to say, Fuzi, actually, of all the maps they played in that previous series, looked very, very good on Overpass, but most of that came through, again, you know, on the CT side, and now you saw him, he does hit a nice shot, and he is doing very well. I don't want to take anything away from him, but now with Dia having the op on the other side, I feel like things are going to get a lot more difficult for him to shine. We'll see if that's the case as we go into round number 6. Dia getting aggressive in towards Fountain.
Ooh, the HEs have been so good early round here. Soften them up nicely, especially when you've got a couple of Galils in the mix. It does mean that Wildcard buys himself these small little extra bits, and it's going to be all of these tiny, minute moments that come together to, if they want to come for this reverse sweep, add up. A bit of early spam, JBA making their presence known, and all the rest of these players hanging around A now have to be a little bit careful. Over towards B, they've taken so much space and heard nothing, so that's probably going to be the call to rotate on up Slump.
Dia's dangerous here. They have to be careful. Ooh, Fiku baits out the shot, and then Dia fades away towards long. He's actually... Oh, he's not safe. Oh, no! Dia falls, but Fuzi has the Colat with his teammate. So it's a 4v4. Dia didn't even need to hit the shot to get that trade through. Snav finds one. Peeping gets it back. 3v3. But you're looking at a wildcard squad that's going to be in trouble heading towards the A side if they don't get another one quickly, and they don't. It will be Slump and Peeping trading on frags once more. Shane and Marky combine to take down Peeping, and then Marky finds the trade against JBA. So trades to the finish line, but it will be getting info once more with the leg up.
You can't help but wonder in a world where Fuzi doesn't see his teammate as collateral damage, what happens. Yeah. But it's the fact that the shot goes through his teammate's head so early on and still finds its mark is absolutely incredible. But there we go, that's gonna be that. And whilst the buy is still a little bit hit and miss for the side of getting info, we can see that it's gonna be just these upgraded pistols for the side of Wildcards. Snav going for early connector control. They've had a couple of issues taking it. The fact they've heard no commotion in there's probably a little bit of a sign that elsewhere there's gonna be some issues. And ooh, Fiku, out of nowhere, a bullet to the head of Dia.
Yeah, Deagles are scary, and that's why. Just one shot and you're dead. Like, and sometimes you're like, how? How did it even happen? I'm sure that's going through Dia's mind right now. But it will be a 5v4, although won't be that potent. They do pick up the rifle, but it's immediately dropped. Snav peeking with the UMP. Not great up against Tech 9 that close, so he does have to fade off the fight. Goes next to Slump and says, okay, let's handle this together and make sure they don't overwhelm us. Shane supporting as well. There is another frag for Wildcard to even out the numbers, and another gun potentially available to be picked up, although it is a little far away from them. They might want to be wary on this approach.
They got the opening pick, and statistically, we know what that means. They can't win the round. Legally not allowed to.
Oh, that'd be a shame. Yeah.
In all fairness, done so much better for the buy they came in with than you could have ever hoped for. An extra kill here or bomb plant would just be the cherry on top. And with the low HP on Snav and a picked up weapon for Peeping, could be a very real possibility. Actually, heading over to a couple more CT bodies, I think they might be able to pick up a weapon or two more. I actually don't know what was dropped over there. But they decide to peek anyway. Shane is already waiting for them. Shane gets one. That's the call for Snav to activate. And they clean up house so quickly. And it was a good start for Wildcard, but that lead has started to evaporate very rapidly.
Yeah, 3 in a row here for getting info. Looking to make it 4. And like you said, at least some damage done for Wildcard. But sometimes you can find rounds like that toppling in your favor. That was not the case for Wildcard. And you have to give credit to getting info. They don't get too aggressive on the fights. They fall back when they need to recollect themselves and make sure they have favorable duels in their hands. So now, Snav just going to get some aggressive utility tossed in towards Playground. Not a bad idea, but they don't get aggressive often. They just want to put the pressure on to Wildcard.
Put the pressure on. They will map up already if that wasn't scary enough. Coming onto their own... Well, coming onto Wildcard, sorry, map pick.
Yeah.
That we've seen Getting Info choose to play as well, which is the worry, is that they've been confident to pick it against them before. Dia, I think, might have spotted a shoulder, a couple of pixels, and is going to hear the running. Can call this over. Snap's got to be careful. He's got a really awkward angle to play from here. Needs a teammate to join him. Finds the first, is able to back off as well. Not trying to find any utility for this. They swing it dry, but they do find one pick here. But Dia's behind enemy lines. Slump's found peeping. Dia's completely snipped the net, and timings could be everything. They could wrap around him any second, but he could just peek out completely unsuspecting. Actually, here's the shots behind him, spins around. Unfortunately, caught between a rock and a hard place, but JBA gets taken down. Sorry, Fiku gets taken down, leaves just JBA, and there he goes, taken down through the smoke at the end there, and unfortunately left out on a little bit of an island.
I mean, Dia's play is so impactful there, right? He only gets one frag, but because he gets that and leaves only 2 alive, they have so much, there's so much pressure being applied to him by the backlines player, by the backlines post-plant defender, that they know, that's Getting Info, that is, that only one player's on A, and they just have to conversion him as a unit, and that's exactly what they do. While Dia's distracting, eventually Dia does fall, but he does his job in that moment. So tied up 4-4, Getting Info playing very well on their defensive side now. As Wildcard are reeling a little bit, that gun round did not go their way as they call a timeout. I do want to mention though, on a map like Overpass, I would say that 4 rounds T-side is already workable. So at least Wildcard got that out of the way early. Obviously you want to get a little bit more if you can, but it won't be the end of the world if that's all they get, in this half. I think the only concern will be because of how one-sided map number 1 was, you don't want to have to climb a hill, right, to get back into a match when you're already in a bad spot. Yeah.
I think spot on there is that they will be doing themselves a huge favor with anything more they can get here. 4 is kind of like the baseline. 3 or 4 is the baseline of what you want. Anything more than that is good and you're pretty happy. They can even make this, 6-6 half would be incredible. And the fact that they've already done it, it would require a completely flawless rest of this half for Getting Info to stop them getting any more. But anything more they can get up is a huge leg up, and it's just one less thing they have to worry about going on to that second half, where we've had a couple of questions raised. Now Snav, jump spotting. It's going to be the first one called upon here. Tension held in multiple different ways. Has to be careful not to fall too far back on these jump peaks, because there's a player that's already pushed up so far long. The flashes are so good. Peak on round stomps, lining them up, though Fiku finds a trade, but it's short-lived as his team falls around him. He's the last to go down, and it is clean and clinical for a 5th, and the flawless comeback into this map continues.
Yeah, and the economy keeps building up for them as well. That's that's the icing on the cake. As now, going into the last 3 rounds, even if they should lose this next one, they'll still absolutely have a buy-up for the following, and may even be safe for the one after that as well. So we'll see. But that's not on their minds. Right now, they're thinking, we won 5 in a row. We've rebuffed their gun rounds twice. Let's go for 6, right? AKs across the board for everyone on Wildcard. They don't have the AWP in Fuzi's hands. Obviously, it's more potent on CT side than T side here, but still, they wouldn't mind having it, but just the money's not there. Molotovs and utilities going to get tossed in. Mid control gained by Wildcard without suffering any damage at all. So that's going to be a pretty nice notch in their belts, but let's see what they do with it.
Yeah, it's only really Snav here right now. Something quick, and they might be able to find a bit of a timing to get onto this. And there it is, Snav falls. Slump's already started to rotate on over, but the issue is they're starting to filter in one by one. It's going to need a multi-kill to try stop the flood, but the issue is they're just peeking one by one, desperate, frantic to keep hold of this site. Now they start to coagulate as a team, but their bomb's already gone down and they're a player disadvantage now.
Yeah, I think what would be good for Getting Info right now is having a player on that flank, but because they don't, they're going to try to do something a little bit differently. That boost up, it doesn't work. Peeping's waiting for it, and that should be it. So, Wildcard do manage to get a 5th. They end the win streak on the side of Getting Info, and that's just really nice, protocols, I would say. Going in for that take of mid, utility was strong, not really much of a challenge on Getting Info side, which is a bit of a surprise considering that they were getting aggressive for a few rounds there towards that found position, but they decided to play it passively, and honestly, they pay the ultimate price for it and losing this round.
Oh, Shane's not going to be allowed to keep anything either. This is a little bit of a problem. Dying after time as well. It's all a little bit rough, but we said they've got a bit of economy built up from those 5 rounds in a row, and that means that they will be able to fall back by again. It's going to be the round after that a couple of questions are going to be raised, so an immediate bite back here just to keep this competitive in the half would be amazing.
Yeah, no question. Yep.
It's expended early, a lot of smokes going on out, and we talked about it. They've got mid for free last round wildcard. They will be awarded no such luxury this time. Got to be careful of connector push coming up here. So far invested. Teammates have got connector under lockdown, but opening shots missed, is having to fall back, slowly conceding each rung of this ladder.
I feel like just having that threat, though, towards Fountain is enough to deter the other squad on T's side sometimes, and this time it won't be. You see DF fell back. He leaves it up to his rifler and Snav, who's playing in connector. In fact, Marky and Shane are close by as well. Lots of presence here in the connecting point of the map. Wildcard still want to take their time. 3 players heading in towards long. A flashbang going to get tossed there to clear out the angles. No one's really watching from getting info. But now Dia's thinking, okay, maybe I should have a peek here. He'll still stay on that site. He's hoping to find a target with the AWP. Really slow pace to this round from Wildcard. I feel like this is when Stanislaw shines the most, when he leaves it down, you know, to these slower rounds and getting executes when time feels like it's tight, but that's when your opponent can be caught off.
Dia spotted one. Oh, it's so quick. Has to be careful. There's dodging so much utility. The flash isn't going to catch anybody. Stanislaw is going to die. Futility is proven. Caught through the smoke. Lovely there from Fuzi on the read. Slump, however, already waiting. Shane here as well. The whole team rotated up pretty quick, and enough of a distraction caused. We talked about wanting a flank, and unfortunately Peeping's holding for it. Marky gets one spray through the smoke's really good. Fuzi wounded so badly. Finds one again through the smoke. Needs to step up, but the issue is both players are, you know, fairly low HP.
No time.
Time. I completely blanked on that.
I can't blame you for the action that was going down there, but yeah, time runs out there for Wildcard to plant the bomb. They looked like they were surprised too. Just completely lost track of it. And I was saying, you know, sometimes those late executes can work well, but the problem is if the defense is strong enough and keeps you at bay, then you're unable to plant the bomb in time.
Yeah, Dia finding 2 there is huge. It just, it completely stalls the team. You've lost all of the actual threat behind your execute.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Dia, we already talked about him being an important factor here for this getting into a squad, and nice aggression from Shane in towards construction. He finds one of Peeping. In fact, it's Marky who gets the frag. Shane contributed a lot of damage to it. And Stanislaw's going to try the same thing. Okay, well, I don't know if I like that necessarily, but Stanislaw going balls to the wall through the smoke gets himself a nice bullet in the head as a reward.
Lovely present, isn't it? You do all this work and once you get a bullet to the head, and I actually think a couple more players are lining up to get their own bullets in the head here. Although, having said that, Slump's going to be the one who's feeling the burn. Marky gets headshot and is burning alive in the flames. And Fiku's found another. It seems very disjointed. They peek one by one, and one by one they will topple. And now Dia, yeah, it's a nice angle to work with, but also you're the last player alive. They know that you probably got an AWP. There's only a couple of locations you could be, and with the smokes hiding so much of the bomb site, so much time already ticked down, no kit available, no teammates available. This is done and dusted. Finds the first, hops on down, hoping to be dynamic enough to catch them off guard. It's all or nothing. Final round of the half. You just have to go for it. But time already all too low here. Either just has to hop on it, stick on it, and pray. Oh, and a knife to end the half. It's crazy, it's BM, but it's going to be 6-6 to close us out.
Yeah, I'm overzealous when I'm thinking about the cash flow. I never had no handouts, just came natural. I've been testing so much, all these wrestlers nice. All these different situations that I've been through. I seen pain trying to creep in through the window, but now I'm sliding through the hood in a benzo. You gotta separate yourself just to elevate. I keep some drink in my cup to see through the hate. Sometimes on the road to glory, you gotta press the brakes. I got a lesson plan for all my past mistakes. I swear I'm proud of all my best and my worst days. Proud of all my feet when I touch the ground. Front of 8 at Beijing, man, ain't know the sound. I know I made mistakes, but my mama proud. Fans scream my lyrics out in the background. They ain't know me then, but I'm hot now. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. I'm faced with a lot of different choices these days. Do a rock and roll Lex account of Blueface. The whole world know my name off a mixtape. I still got the same brother since 6th grade. G-Wagon red seats, we on Biscayne. Trips to the Florida Keys, we imported these. Thanking God for the life he afforded me. All this jewelry on my body, I can like the hood. I need a brown skinned chick just like Megan Good. Holding up every promise that I ever made. Music in the background, it's a serenade. Been rapping 10 years, boy, this ain't a phase. I paid dues, paid rent, and I stayed the same. I had teardrops running down my face. I've been through a lot, I had real pain. But thank God, cause we really on the better days. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. Life down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. They say life's a gamble, you gotta roll the dice. I risked a lot of different things just to live this life. When you down bad, you gotta pay the price. I've been through hell and back just to live this life. What's a life without sacrifice?
And we're back. Wildcard getting info, second half pistol here. Could have been a lead for Wildcard if they hadn't lost track of the clock there in round number 11. But ends up being a tied scoreline going into this one. And I mean, Wildcard, if they repeat their performance on CT side from the previous matchup against Getting Info, should be in good position to take this to map number 3.
Should be indeed. I guess we will find out. The pistol rounds, we said them coming into this map, haven't been historically great for Wildcard, especially against Getting Info. Now's a chance for them to put a second on the board, equalize the number of pistols in this series, and give us something different, change the narrative of what we're talking about. Fiku lining up to be the first. They're going to feed into him. He gets the first immediate trade, and Dia's got another one that opens up the site. It opens up so many opportunities. Smoke goes out for Dumpster, and now they have to feed in through Bank. They are going to try, but absolutely nobody's showing their location.
Yeah, Stan hits the shoulder there of Dia. Now gets another shoulder shot and slump, and needs to be headshot, Stan. Finally it is, but there are 2 on back from Getting Info, and Peeping, the last alive, limping along with 5 HP. What can he possibly do? It has to be instant headshots for him without taking any damage, and that just feels like way too far of a cry, and indeed it is. Snav will get the last overkill on the headshot as well. 7-6, Getting Info are in the lead.
They are, and we said this, you know, it's a heavily CT-sided map, but we've seen some really interesting and unique things coming out from the side of the T side on Getting Info. They were just a little bit better. They weren't being challenged as much in the early rounds by Wildcard over on Ancient. So now they've set the tone. They've got themselves another pistol, and it's going to be a force again from Wildcard into the second round. Could be very damaging if they don't secure this. This could really set them up for a difficult road to come back into this map. So it now has to be all on the line here, and it looks like there's a lot of presence towards Long. Could isolate a couple of these fights. Shane goes down, and Dia, actually, you just don't want to peek this right now. Needs some pressure to be alleviated from somebody else on the map.
I actually really like that patience from Dia, waiting and knowing that they might get aggressive. And he picks the perfect time. Stan was switching util for a moment, or just to another gun. Just to his knife, excuse me. Either way, Snav will get the trade on back, and we're into a 3v3. Marky trying to slip through the cracks and get towards this B site. He'll do exactly that. Peeping, not watching for it. They have no idea, but Marky doesn't turn. Now he does. We'll get 1 and 2 for free. 3v1 in favor of getting info. Fuzi, the last one standing, who did start this off by doing some nice damage against the tag off the 3-man boost, but now has a very tough task ahead of him.
Yeah, and not the right weapon for it at all. I think maybe just looking to hold on to it as the savior weapon coming into the next round. But I got a little bit worried there when we saw the push up long. We were praising Dia's patience there, but he peeks out and it's so messy. He gets one. Realistically, should have been able to get Fiku there as well. And so it keeps it a little bit closer and a little bit more expensive than it could have been. But it's by one player. They're going to win the round anyway. So we go, you know, if it works, it works, you know?
Yeah. Uzi just saving the Galil. 14 frags on the board, standing at the top of his team. Regardless of that, it is an 8th round picked up for getting info. And you see here, this is where it all changes, right? Marky slips in on those back lines, gets through pillar. No one's really watching it, surprisingly, but I do understand. I think he just caught them in transition because Wildcard were trying to get aggressive, going for information. They say, okay, let's send 2 players into sandbags towards construction, try to see if they're heading in this heading towards that position. But instead, Marky has already slipped past them. It's just wonderful timing from him. As usual, he seems like he's always in the right place.
Right place, right time, always. And it's good to see consistency is king. Now, Marky looking to go in towards B again. So much success last time. Still wielding the MAC-10, raking up the money. And then not expecting him as early as he is. He ducks behind Monster and then still firing away. Team finds 3. And yes, it's just against a messy half buy, but it's looking so clinical.
I mean, this is compared to the previous CT side for Wildcard, not looking great because they won that pistol, then got 4 rounds in a row to kick off Overpass previously, then won 5 of the first 6 rounds. Now you're looking at getting info, getting a nice start of their T side momentum, maybe swinging in their direction based upon how those rounds played out in the first half. And Fuzi just trying to save the Galil into this next round. I don't know if he'll be able to. Yeah, Snap's going to hunt that first. They still got all 5 players up, so I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to hunt down Fuzi, who again is going to look to save as mentioned. There we go. Duel on the head, on the cards. Shane, will you find it? Yes, he will. Headshot delivered. No Galil saved over. Not that it really matters anyway because Wildcard are buying it.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more of a stat to pad, and it's unfortunate. I think it's maybe a good thing as well because you keep that Galil into the next round, you become that limiting factor, right? You become that liability on that weak weapon. Yes, you can invest into a little bit of utility. You could see JBA and Peeping especially are missing significant chunks. Peeping actually decides to drop down in order to bolster that utility. Clearly not happy with missing so much. Timeout being called, and I'm assuming that's what the conversation has been about, is where they choose to invest that money. Do they go for something a little bit more structured with this utility? Do they go for one of these set plays that we talked about, Stanislaw having heat loads ready and waiting to go? Or do they just try and go with the sheer firepower, overwhelm a little bit? And given how they've been playing this series, I think the call to lean into something a little bit more structured, definitely the right move.
Now we'll see if the Alpha Fuzi can deliver here on this CT side. Getting info. Not necessarily committing to either side of the map here. Marky with the MAC-10. He's going to go for a quick hunt into the B side, looking for information. Doesn't see anything really, but we'll hang around sandbags for the time being as Snav goes into connector. And I mean, they're going to gain a lot of space here, are getting info. And it's about the mid round, I would say, in this one, because they've gained so much space. Now they have to call and say, okay, now that we got this, where do we go?
Where do we go indeed? The question of the hour. Fuzi wielding that wall. Just having a little bit of a jump spot, but very passive plays here. Starve them of information, starve them of that ability to make choices on where to rotate. Ooh, head spotted just over the top of the smoke. Gonna blow open the HE, but caught wide out in the open, sitting duck for the plucking there. Tia waiting, needing to push forward a little bit further, but needs the utility to come over from his team. Fiku just has to fall back there. Incredible flashes, but they're not going to be expecting him. Slump manages to adjust just in time, and Dia with another keeps the player advantage hugely in their favor. HE goes over the top, Peeping just tickled by it. Trying to bait them out with the sound of the plant. Actually isn't going to be baited out particularly much, but now needs to go for it. Peeping not even sure where to look. Too many bodies, too many sounds, too much going on, and it overwhelms him. Having a look over towards Long, needs to take down these two players. They almost light up here, but Marky's got a handle on it, and JB is so tempted to try and save his teammate to find that equalizing kill quickly that they unfortunately just run headfirst into danger.
Yeah, I feel like JBA, obviously the spacing could have been a little better in terms of those duels, and maybe they would have found a trade faster, or a trade at all, so to speak, towards that site. And I think it's, again, a disappointing outcome for Wildcard. We've seen them get opening frags time and time again. They get one again here. I think Fuzi played it well in the first one, maybe got over-aggressive in front of the dice box to try and get a second, and overlooked the possibility of a player pushing him from bathrooms, and that does cost them their opper towards the A site. But you do see the responses were there, players were rotating. It's just that every single time there's been a moment, or it feels like almost every single time there's been a moment where there could be a swing in a round in a 4v4 situation, that Getting Info have been the ones taking control of it, right? They just seem to get those frags a little bit sharper, a little bit snappier on them. And that's, I mean, why we're seeing a 10-6 lead in their favor. Tech pause going to be called. Players are going to want to not talk things over, fix the problems. The problem right now is that Fiku is not in the server.
Yeah, and Fiku, a play that you're really wanting here. We said that we were a little bit blessed earlier. It turns out that our karmic retribution has come knocking early in the form of a little bit longer of a pause. Whilst we're here, it has given me the opportunity to notice, and you never really want to harp on one player specifically, but Stanislaw, individually, we've been talking about some amazing calls and some reads, but it's the problem we talk about with Alexi B, right? Is that you can have all of these amazing ideas, but in the year of 2025, you can't have a player who, going into round 17, has only found 4 kills. That's a kill every 4 rounds tops. And you just can't be having somebody who's not firing quite to the same level when you're going up against a team who is not missing a beat and is reading you like a book, is so aggressive, and has been winning a lot of these duels with just outright firepower.
Yeah, and I mean, in Stanislaw's defense, I think that he's usually a player that can frag for his team, an IGL that stands on his own. It's just that he's having an off day for sure here. I agree with you. It's not something that you can see happen on any basis really in a match of CS now, because you really are unable to activate after that type of stuff has already established itself. But I mean, I think a player I want to highlight even beyond Stanislaw is JBA. If we want to pick one that really should be fragging, it's the star player. It's the guy that you're setting up for plays. It's the one that you always kind of want to see in the action, and he's not. I mean, even on map number 1 where they lost there, he looked better there than he does here on Overpass, which is a bit of a problem, I would say. And there's Fiku back on the server. I don't know, like it's hard to say what necessarily is the issue for Wildcard right now. I did mention it before. I feel like protocols aren't necessarily always in place. When you do see them executing well, they look like a fantastic team that probably a lot of North American teams will have trouble even getting rounds off of. But, we got another tech pause coming in. But yeah, overall, I just feel like they need more time to cook. But the schedule is so busy that even trying to get practice time in feels like a difficulty.
Yeah, I can imagine. And on your JBA point, actually, I think you make a really good argument, because he's the player that they're meant to be setting up. I don't know if you've noticed, he's been the last left alive in a lot of these rounds. And it's because they've kind of been avoiding that lower bomb site, which means he's not had the opportunity to necessarily have the same say. But the issue is that they're not able to set him up because the rest of the team's gone by the time that he even gets to the fight at the moment. So little bit of a concern that he's they can't set him up just because they're not going anywhere near him early round. They don't want to move him up too early just in case. Seems like we're in and out of tech pauses. You know, Schrodinger's tech pauses. Does it exist? Does it not? Put it in a box. If we all close our eyes, did the tech pause ever really happen?
I think so.
If a tech pause falls in a forest, but nobody hears it, did the tech pause actually happen at all?
You're asking the real questions here now, Findy.
Philosophical ones.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm hoping they can get everything resolved soon. I think also I wanted to mention that opening frags have been happening, which is another reason why you're thinking, well, JBA should be able to activate, right? Because they are getting some opening frags. They are getting some space gain. It's just as soon as that happens, they don't have that second wave, which is where I think JBA needs to be involved. So you're right in that regard. Like, they need to have him involved in that play a little bit more frequently, or at least in a position where he can start getting those frags, because mechanically he's exceptionally gifted. Anyway, we are going to take a quick break, guys. This is going to take a little bit longer to resolve. When we come back, we'll continue the action here on Overpass.
The road to the top is a riddle. What will be my destiny? Money and fame are awaiting, but not enough is raining on me. Maybe I should give it all up. How much more can I take? Out here singing to the heavens. When I gonna get my break? I can run this town. Oh.
All right, the magic break. We took it and we're back in the action as soon as we send it to a break. So that's fine. We're happy with it. Everything has been resolved. And now we'll see if getting info can find their way to an 11 that looks like it's likely, right? Wildcard only buying up the 4.57s in the MP9. Did get very aggressive in the Felton. This could work out well. They get the first, the second as well, and the third. Snap trying to bring it back here, but it is a 3v2 advantage for Wildcard.
Huge opening jewel to be finding there. The flashes, not only do they dodge them, but they are just so ready for these fights. Fuzi's picked up a weapon and has found a little bit going up the wrong way of the slide, but isn't going to be able to find much more just yet. But he's got so much information, so much power at his fingertips by just holding this position. Oh, JBA. Oh, this is a nice pick. Oh, are they going to be ready for it as soon as it happens? Oh, Marky has got a sixth sense, a tingling down his spine. He knows. And now it's just Peeping, who hasn't been involved in the fight, who hasn't been able to pick up a weapon, will go down. It's an incredible start. It gets way scarier than I ever had any right to do. But they do manage to rein it back.
I can't help but feel like a lot of other teams are converting those types of rounds where they get a 3v2 advantage off of a half buy with the 5.7s in the mix, and they get some upgrades off the ground. But somehow every time that's been happening here in this series, Wildcard have been unable to get that key round victory where it's like, oh, they get a 7th here, they weren't supposed to, and now they'll be able to have a chance to really fight back forward. But again, in that instance, it just does not happen despite a very nice call. Again, like I mentioned, nice call made, execution not there. JBA gonna be waiting and watching here around Monster. Lots of bullets being fired in both directions. Dia misses a big shot there. He's usually good for those ones. Snap won't miss the opportunity though. Fuzi gone. There's the op on the ground. Snap running up with his knife out a little haphazardly, and we'll get caught off by Peeping, but I believe Fiku's been spotted out in this instance.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, plucked from thin air. I like this a lot. They've got themselves a huge advantage. They've still got that little bit of presence in Marky, who will be a little bit late to the party, but may prove Actually, very useful in this later round by having that delay. Slowly creeping up through long. They're going to meet no resistance. There's barely anybody left. It's just peeping. Picked up, recovered that orb. I'm going to be curious to see him playing with it. Flash goes over the top. Ooh, a couple of shots. He hears them whizzing by his ear. They're in what little utility is left on the team. Just trying to buy any sort of buffer. His team's gone elsewhere on the map, poking and prodding, but really needs to start meeting up soon. Stanislaw might be able to get a nice little flank with the timing, but it's all going to mean nothing if Peeping goes down super early here.
Yeah, Peeping completely isolated by utility. Doesn't even really have a chance to activate on that site. Stanislaw, like you mentioned, on that flank does get one and a second. Looking for the third. Stanislaw can't do it, but at least he makes this winnable, and they won't expect JBA at all. No way. The double flank works out. Dia now in a 1v2 situation and no time left to plant the bomb. It will be Wildcard taking a 7th as they do pull it back after some early failures to activate.
Now, both teams have had a round where they've lost to the timing. But yeah, I think you're spot on. The flank is so perfect there. And the fact that it finds 2. And then, you're not expecting that double flank. You're not expecting it in any semblance here. You've had a player that's been isolated on site, falls back to dumpster. You're expecting a player to be on that flank and another player to be coming up from that A site. So the second one is comes out of the blue, takes them off guard. I think Stanislaw did enough on his own, but it's just those final nails in the coffin for that round. Gives them an opportunity, because that would have been series point, but they deny it. There's still a buy in the tank for them here, and money's going to be pretty good. T economy way more forgiving, so Wildcard still an uphill battle here. Ooh, Peeping, what are you doing? Caught slacking, jumping there. Lovely Molotov. Spin around. Fiku's good for one. Missed shot again from Deary. Switches to the Tech 9. Low HP. Not able to find it, but Shane's got his back covered. Now Fuzi with the orb went down early last time. A chance now to really try get his name in the kill feed.
I think it's just unfortunate for Peeping because he was caught. Like you said, it was a good Molotov that was thrown in. He didn't have a smoke. No one had a smoke to throw at the Molotov, so he had to jump away to try and get through to connector. Otherwise, he was just going to die to the flames and eventually gets caught off. So that's just a tough situation. I think if you're going to play like that, you need to make sure the smoke is there to deny the Molotov, because it's a very common spot for those T's to throw it in, but just not available. Still, you have a man advantage for getting info. JBA and Stanislaw wait on the B site, which is where the hit looks like it'll be coming. Round is not over just yet. Oh, Stanislaw. Ooh, could have a fight in his hands.
Could very much have a fight on his hands. JBA pops out for 2, and Stanislaw manages to get his name in the kill feed. Dia, so much to ask for. There's one with the nade. If he can isolate these fights, but unfortunately he's not going to be ready for Fuzi. Lovely quick peek around the corner. Sorts him right out.
Very well done. And now a timeout. No timeout. I think that just might have been a HUD glitch for a moment, but Snav did a good job of finding that one, but it's even better from JBA and Stanislaw. Like I mentioned, lucky for them that that's where getting info were headed on their hit, because they had the bodies there to try and deal the damage and the positioning as well. So it does come through for them. It's still a 3-round deficit. I'm surprised to see getting info don't invest in this round. I mean, Marky had enough money to buy the AK, so that's... Or someone had enough money to buy the AK, I believe it was Marky. They will get that, but they're being very conservative on their buy. That's a Colat. I don't know what happened, but it didn't yield a frag. Must have been through the wall, then through 2 bodies. Fuzi eventually collects 1. Can't say I've seen that very often.
No, neither. Weapon gets passed across. Shane, low HP, doesn't want to be risking the weight of the round on his shoulders. Actually, they're playing past the AK amongst the team. D is the one that's ended up with it now. Waiting, hoping that there's going to be a boost that they can punish, but no one's going to pop their head up. No whack-a-mole to play with the Deagle today. Slump also hoping that there's going to be some aggression that they can punish, but actually lovely call from Wildcard. They just sit on their hands and wait. They know that the win condition is on their side, that they're not the ones pressured by time right now.
I think Dia's dangerous right now. Let's see what he can do. Okay. Fiku managed to get away from that. That'll set it up for the off, and there you go. Bait and switch. Fuzi takes care of it. And now things should settle down. They absolutely do. Getting info. Only have Snav and Slump remaining, both trying to collapse in towards this A site, and now it is just Snav. Round pretty much over, though, in a 5v1 with only damage done to Fiku.
Yeah, very nice round here for Wildcard. It's the fact that as well that when they're not playing as a unit, it makes it so much harder for them to find a pick at all. We talked about it. Fiku's had a shot hit onto him. Weapon gets picked up. The A1S is there. I think they're just going to try and nade him on out. Try deny the plant. They're not going to... Oh, no. Okay, they do. I was going to say, they're going to go for it. They're just going to let this happen right under their noses. But 11-9 now on the scoreboard. That gap closing up. And it did worry us for a second, but it is a CT-sided map. Dia's going to have the AWP out again this time. But I've been a little bit worried by a couple of the missed shots. You know how the saying goes, that the hardest shots to hit are the easy ones, right?
Yep.
And I think that's very much been a case today, at least on this half for him.
Certainly. Yeah, and I think that one thing that's really promising for Wildcard is that Fuzi is hitting as well, and he's going toe-to-toe with Dia, which wasn't the case all the time in the previous series, but now Dia will get the opener onto Peeping, even tries for the shot through the wall in the smoke, but won't connect on that one. That was obviously a Hail Mary. Fuzi waiting with the op on the other side, hoping to return the favor. Marky aware of the possibility. That's why he's so wary here and jiggling around a little bit. Missed shot for Fuzi, gives away his spot, and now getting info can approach more cautiously. In fact, that smoke may tempt them in a lot closer.
Yeah, it could be just what they need. Lured in, reeled in. Fuzi waiting, JBA. Lovely angle here. Such a line of sight. Molotov, I'm assuming that's not quite where it was meant to land.
No.
Nice little decorative house fire. Exactly what this map needed to spice it up. Fuzi holding the line here. Is there going to be a flash though? There's a flash available on Dia to try and get them round the corner, but unfortunately it doesn't come through in time. It doesn't find anybody. Shane's got one. Slump unfortunately spraying away, doesn't find anything. 35 seconds on the clock. They've got to not have any more setbacks. Setbacks like JBA, but they've dispatched of him. Now one player remains. It's Fiku. Kozu running down. Bomb's going to get planted, and this is looking very, very good for them. Low HP on Snav, but they can just hold the line. They can all tuck in here, and there's going to be no way to weasel every single one out without another player activating, and it's Dia immediately. First player up, finds the headshot, and that puts them onto series points.
Yeah, Dia doing the work with the op and the rifle there. 19 frags on the board, almost matching Fuzi's 21. As they get that 12th. I really appreciated the way that was executed, though, on the getting info side. The timing was perfect, right? Because if it's not, then you might just lose all of the bodies and not get anything off that initial monster push. But they get the attention focused onto monster. They find a trade in the mix, and then Shane strikes from sandbags. If Shane is not there at that moment, then I think Wildcard win the round. But because he is, he gets a couple of frags, catching players with their heads turned, and then getting info, just able to overwhelm the site. In a 3v1 scenario, the last player wasn't even there. All right, well, round number 22 could be the last of this series if Getting Info win it. And at the very least, Wildcard will have full rifles available, but utility is another story.
Very much so. It is so light on the ground. It's all hinging on Fuzi here. He goes down, and there's going to be nothing really able to be thrown there. Fiku's taken so much space here towards long, though. He can just wrap around, and if he's quick enough about the matter, you know, he doesn't know it yet, but he might have an opportunity. It's kind of being held a little bit by Shane. It's whether he has the patience for it. Head spotted, and now they're going to be so aware, hyper aware. Snav taking connector. They've been given so much space to work with, and they can really pivot anywhere they want to right now. Oh,
that's a beauty. And I mean, having gotten that shot now, you leave the doubt in Wildcard's mind where you're going to go, because that was the last thing that Fiku saw was them fading towards the upper tunnels. But now that could be false information for Wildcard, and you see it is. They send 3 players towards B, And then the readjustment is made to go to the A site where only Stanislaw is located. This is not the one player you want on the side of Wildcard keeping hold of the site, but JBA supports him well with a flashbang. The trade is instant from Shane. That being said, the bodies are here. Wildcard fighting forward. Fuzi at least gets it down to a 3v3. Bomb going to be attempted to be planted. JBA the spray finds Slump and Slump and Marky. Then the last onto Dia. That is what we need to see from JBA on Wildcard in order to keep things competitive.
Miracle round back against the wall, and that's when they step up. That's when they find it. JBA, it is a lovely three-piece. Bomb goes down. It's a small mercy. They've got 2 rounds to play with overtime at least secured, but it looked good 3 versus 3, but just so quick, not giving them the time yet again to get into a post plant, to reposition. So quick on the response.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, good for Wildcard and JBA to get on that action so quickly and not really allow them to get a comfortable plant, because, I mean, as soon as the bomb is planted, everyone's dead except for the planter. So, I mean, yes, you get the money off that plant, but you're seeing that getting info do not want to gamble here on the buy-up. They just go for the 3 Deagles and the AK. Fantastic nade toss. Slump is the walking wounded at this point, and he will fall back. Not to mention, he's got the bomb in his hand, so you don't want him to just fall for free in a forward position. Shane, the only player with a rifle in this round. He is technically the raid boss for Wildcard to deal with, and that raid boss will be disposed of quite handily.
Yeah, it's the fact that both of them looking in exactly the same direction meant that, you know, if they'd had one player looking over towards Banana, one player looking in towards Bathrooms, then maybe they find the trade at least, but they get away scot-free. They can just pull back. They can leave a player posted there as well. Fiku's going to find one more, and then that's going to be the call to back away. Weapons playing past the parcel. Again, Fiku hasn't even had to move. Is still waiting here, hungry for more.
Dia got the AK. Can't do anything. Fiku hungry and feasting. Finally, Marky will put him down and end that run of form, but Stanislaw is right there to get the immediate trade. Only Marky left, but this one is already over with only 30 seconds left and Marky not having the bomb. We'll get one at the very least, but no chance at more, right? No way.
Shouldn't be more. Especially with that HE going over. It's a lovely final stand, but 16 seconds. There we go.
Oh.
You know, it's just 2 homies who died on the field of battle together.
Yep. Holding hands.
Exactly. You got it. Trade spacing, isn't it? It's trade spacing.
That's what it is. They were trying, but it didn't work out for them. All right, well, 24th round of play here. Final chance for Wildcard to push it into overtime and give themselves an opportunity to push it to map number 3, because if they fail here, their time in ESL Challenger League Cup number 2 will be over.
Will indeed. Snav leading the charge. Want to go for something aggressive. 2 picks found to Peeping's 1 means they've got an advantage. Stanislaw's here. They're going to be able to sort him out is the issue. HE goes over. It's going to soften them up so nicely. But Slump's found another kill. It's all just small mercies. HE goes over the top again. It's going to soften them up. And Fusi's found a pick. This could be really good. But Snav again, another. They know where this orb is. Marky plucked out of thin air. But a minute on the clock to work with. Switches over to the rifle. But Dia getting into a lovely position here, trying to find an off angle that he's not going to be expecting, closer than he knows. Just going to tuck his head, doesn't want to pop up, using his teammate as a distraction just to work ever closer.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that Fuzi would expect Dia to be in that position. In fact, he's going to readjust to get in towards Sniper Nest. Bomb eventually needs to be planted here. The problem is Dia's the one with it, and he's playing up close. Oh, Fuzi, a huge opportunity. There's the first and the second. Fuzi has sent us to overtime with a brilliant piece of maneuvering, a quad kill in the round, and 26 on the board.
What on earth are we watching?
Yeah.
There's no world that should ever have happened. The position was set up, but the time has burnt so many teams, and you can tell a little bit paranoid about it, but Fuzi played so perfectly, and the fact that he gets the transfer immaculately.
I'm shocked that they don't plant the bomb in that instance. You have so much time. I get that Dia doesn't want to give up that spot, but he should have dropped the bomb on the ground for his teammate to plant it in that instance, or at least tried to throw it back to him to get that planted. That's very difficult that they ended up in that spot. And because of it, they pay the price, because eventually they'll go, okay, we have to readjust. We have to go back to the site to plant the bomb. And that is exactly when Fuzi strikes. So a little bit of fortune for Fuzi, but I still appreciate the pathing he took. It was really well thought out.
Yeah, you've got to give credit where you see it, credit where it's due. Lovely stuff. And Fuzi has stepped up always in the most meaningful ways, in the most meaningful rounds. And the thing is, it's not consistent. It's not a sustainable way to play. And the fact that, if Fuzi was having any less of a life game right now, if he was playing any less than outright here, this game is over, the series is over, their tournament chances are over. But it's now been, I think that makes it the third clutch in important rounds just to keep the ball rolling. I think everyone on the team owes him a huge thank you after this. But tech pause coming on through, which gives us a second to think. You always worry a little bit, tech pauses, nobody can talk. Going into overtime, maybe less impactful knowing that it's only 3-round halves. But, earlier in the game, you've got round streaks. You start to cool off a little bit. But we shall see what has been cooking, what everyone is going to show us as we head into overtime, where money, an abject issue.
Hearing some typing. Maybe that means we're done with the tech pause. We'll see. Yes, it does. All right.
Nice.
Jumping back into the action here. Overtime number 1 on the cards. And I'm curious to see who's going to gain the edge. Obviously, we got 2 6-6 halves. And to be quite frank, I thought this would be the type of battle we would have on Overpass in the previous series that these two teams were playing. And we got anything but. It was a 13-3 drubbing for Wildcard. This time, it delivers as promised, given the success both these teams have had on Overpass in the past. Dia, looking over the top of the smoke, wants to find a target. Won't see anything just yet, but he can't overstay his welcome here because Fiku may poke his head around that corner at the perfect time. Instead, no one engages, and Wildcard just fall back.
Yep, Wildcard so quick to concede space on their CT side, but this time maybe for the best. Without Crispy, some of these plays have been looking Snav, waiting, hoping someone's going to jump over the top, not going to give them the fight. Just taking so much space. A little bit of a help from the side of Marky there to try and pincer potentially. But taking this fight solo, you've got to be careful. There's going to be no one here to trade you. Manch is just about to get out here, and I think Peeping, good call not to try and pursue that.
Peeping clears out all the space, and it's a good angle to hold, honestly, keeping control of construction. In the meantime, getting info with 40 seconds left to readjusting. Uh-oh, Shane, you're in trouble. Snap's watching, but you might be in trouble. Okay, Snap takes care of things. All right, all good. Snap with the headshot on Peeping. As they continue their trek towards this A site, you'd imagine, no, it looks like it could be a B site readjustment. They don't even know where they want to go, and they've only got 22 seconds left to decide.
They only have 22 seconds left to decide. Indeed, Figu's got one. Stanislaw second. 3 versus 3 available, but they're not ready for Stanislaw's continued onslaught. Trying to chip away at him through the smoke, but JBA finds both. And that's going to give them a 13, a leg up here to continue going. And it's getting risky now. Yes, it's still early days in overtime, but every round they can amass here makes that second side a little bit easier, almost pushing towards that third map.
I think, and credit where it's due, right? We called out Stanislaw and JBA as not really being able to contribute here on Overpass, especially at the beginning of that second half, but they've really come alive, honestly, since that point. And have been a key reason why this one has ended up in OT, along with Fuzi. We can't forget about his 26 frags, but he needed that supporting cast, and he finally got it. As now we're looking at Peeping going into construction. He's got support. This should be a nice clear onto Marky. Ooh, Marky, he's slippery, but he's not that slippery this time. Peeping will get the opener. 5v4 in favor of Wildcard.
Ooh. I heard that HE straight to the face. Just a little hit, little tap. Ooh, Snav has to back away there. Any further utility thrown his way could cause some problems, hoping maybe the spam through the wall he can get lucky with one slump. On a charge, leading the mission for the other team. Dia's got one. You can tell the team a little bit confused where the shot has come from, but Fuzi with one of his own there. HE goes over, Slump's going to be feeling the burn, and it's going to be feeding into them as well. Snav goes back to take some more con space. It's going to be ready. They've got to be so careful to the right of them. JBA sits waiting. Dangerous angle for a multi-kill if they don't clear him out quickly. Heartbreak.
I think, yeah.
Ooh.
Nice no-scope for Dia. It's still a chance here. Has to win the fight with Fuzi. He's got time to clear the angle, but chooses not to. And Fuzi will punish him. 2 for him, 2 for JBA, and Wildcard get a 14th. I mean, this is the JBA you kind of want to see under most circumstances, where he's able to get a multi in these types of space, in these types of duels, right? When they're following in that direction or trying to go and engage with him. So very nice for JBA, as that will give them a 14th round. Get into the final round of this first half of OT.
First round of OT, well, final round of this bit of OT. There is still, one more round potentially. If they can make this flawless, that would be absolutely incredible. Figu heading up towards long, just giving them a little bit more general coverage to work on here. Giving them a buffer towards that site if they do hear anything as well. Slowly but surely creeping up through connector. They've not had too much of an issue taking this mid control though.
Figu towards long. Waiting for contact. DM may deliver that. Getting info. So they might want to try to simplify things. Shane and Slump. Moving in to short A. Opening frag for Dia onto Figu. Now the rest will activate. This is a lot of problems for Wildcard, and they need a frag quickly. JBA will deliver only one this time. Stanislaus to get a multi, and he will! 2 for Stan. Third, too far of a cry, but he does a lot of damage to Dia, getting down to only 2 points of health. And look at this, the flanks coming in at the perfect moment. Could deny the plant entirely. It won't though! Marky, head on a swivel, flicks around to find it. Nade hits the mark as well. Full damage onto Fuzi, who has to clutch out a 1v2 again. This time, will he do it? No! The shot goes right between the goalposts, and Dia will get the last. So at least a round for getting info on the tail end.
Oh, it gets so scary. 2 HP on one of those remaining players is you hate to see it. You're sucking in your breath. You sat on the edge of your seat. But yeah, they managed to secure themselves at least a little bit of a bump, but at least the prospect that this could still be closed out in this first overtime. It's hope and it's an opportunity. And their CT side wasn't the most amazing by any metric, but that was due to quite a slow start into it. Now they don't have to deal with a lack of a pistol round win. They can go straight into the fray here with weapons. Now there's going to be a little bit more of a tussle for mid on this side. And JBA is just going to let them have it then.
Oh boy, alright. Let's keep it going. OT delivering as the regulation did. And yeah, we've got Marky waiting on the side here of this B site. Peeping in Stanislaw will be the first points of contact. Fuzi's throwing good flat. Oh no, Molotov, and that's even better actually. That forces a smoke out of Marky, so he'll get no information on the players moving into Monster. Slump and Shane are here watching, and I think Slump will get some visibility. No, another great piece of util. So, I mean, Wildcard doing a great job on B. The problem is, I would say, is although that util was so good, they don't get any frags off of it, and now fade off.
Yep, fade off, and all of that expended util goes down the drain. But on the plus side, not falling to the sunken cost fallacy, deciding that actually their odds better elsewhere. They've got enough util for one more execute in them, and so they're going to look to hit A site instead. Dia, ooh, right, spotted something. It's going to be a battle of the orbs here. Pixel, angle, Snav's gone ahead, pushed up and got one. Dia with another. They really want to close this one on out. Has to fade back into the smoke, concede that space, but knows that it'll be worth it in the long run. JBA's found a lovely shot, and they will be able to find a plant, potentially spam through the wall. Isn't going to quite connect, but it scares Fuzi. So much damage goes on out. The HE and JBA to follow. Fuzi's got another one, and now this is so difficult. They keep on pushing. Final player, they know where Dia is.
Dia's good for a clutch. With an op in hand and a 1v3 right now and the bomb ticking away. I don't know if this is it. Wildcard taking their time, not aggressing here. JBA shows the shadow, but he knows where Dia is, and Fiku will find the last Wildcard. Have got a couple of map points to push things to a third map. And let's not forget that getting info, we're up 12-9. They had 3 opportunities to close out this series, and they may be regretting very soon not doing so.
Yeah, they will be kicking themselves that this has gone on as long as it has, and a third map is dangerously close by here. And if it goes a third map, Nuke, we talked about it, it does favor Wildcard a little bit more here. Dia, ooh, really wants the aggressive fight. It's only going to get skimmed by the HE there, though. There's the first pick, is going to fall off, has the teammates to support as well. Desperate, 2 rounds all they need in a row to take this to a second overtime.
Well, Fuzi doesn't want that. Hits the shot onto Marky. Shane isolated. Good flashbang thrown in support of him pushing up, and now peeping will fall to bring it back to a man advantage for getting info. Feels like Wildcard may be committed to taking these fights in towards this B site. Yeah, they're not going to fall back here. They're going to hope that this is the correct answer. The problem is almost all the bodies are here. JBA wins one fight, but immediately traded out, and now it's only Fuzi left. He's got 30 frags on the board, leads the entire server, but this will not happen in that round. No clutch available. Shane gets the last, and getting info, stay in it.
One more round needed. It would be heartbreak to see it end here, but lovely stuff. Poor Marky has had a rough old time of it on this B site. But I'm loving what I'm seeing. It's looking really good. The fact that it's been drawn this close, the fact that we've finally seen these teams take each other to overtime, always a good sign here. But Dia again going aggressive with that AWP early on, but he's done this a couple of rounds in a row. Are they going to be ready for it? Are they going to be waiting for it? It's just Fiku here, and a couple of warning shots covering fire to stop him peeking this angle. Marky on barrels again, going to be punished, tested heavily once more.
They're going to go for the boost into the B site. This is usually watched. Marky is watching that. Oh my goodness. Peeping absolutely erased from the server. 5v4. Now the util reigns in. They're trying to punish Marky. And they do for damage, but not a frag just yet. Fuzi watching and waiting, hoping that someone gets a little antsy on the side of getting info, but that will not be the case. Now, they continue their approach towards Monster. Marky still waits at Toxic, has not repositioned himself at all.
No, he has not. Maybe they're expecting reposition, maybe they're not. I think close enough to have heard that drop down audio cue as well. Fuzi waiting for it, punishes once more. Slump comes on over, tucking on in, but with so many smoke, so much Molotov covering this site. There's only so many places to hide. Snap gets one, Shane with another. Bomb goes down, but they bought themselves so much space. These players having to play further off. Fuzi such short windows, but more smokes go out makes this so difficult for them to try and retake this space with.
Yeah, and Figu can just wait in the smoke. The problem is once it fades away, there's still plenty of time to get the defusal, so he needs to be careful. Eventually, he'll have to either take a fight or fall back. Ooh, does he catch him off guard? He does! What a timing on that push. Figu gets a couple. It's all down to Dia here. Can he clutch on the 1v2 in time? I don't think so. There's the first shot. Needs a second and a defusal. Won't have time anyway. You're absolutely right, Affinity. And it will be the end of map number 2 without determining a winner. We're tied 1-1.
We always knew this was going to go a third. It looked scary for a second, but it had to end this way. And Wildcard, they dig deep. It's messy in a lot of areas, but they've got the determination, they've got the stamina. I'm loving that we get to see the Fuzi collateral kill again, but a weird, crazy, hectic map all round, but just a little bit better coming out there from Wildcard. So close to a second overtime, but yeah, just spirals in a matter of seconds. And we talked about Wildcard's inability to close out situations where they had a player advantage. Not this time.
I think it's just incredible that Fiku's able to have all that impact and not die. Like, just getting 2 frags in that instant felt like a difficulty for him, and he still pulls it off. Just beautiful timing on the decision to push. I mentioned he has to either go forward or back, chooses forward, and they're not watching for it. Right when they actually turn their eyes away from that position, it's when he pushes out. So beautifully done from Wildcard to pull it back from the brink, and this time they're the ones pulling away man advantages. And it was a slogfest, honestly, for both teams, just to try and get to that point in overtime. But eventually, it is Wildcard pushing it across the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely wild scenes. And now we're going to get to see Nuke, a map that we didn't get to see, something a little bit different from the last Veto. Should be something new and exciting. It's another map where the Orbs are going to get to have a real field day. We saw them have a lot of impact on it. Of course, it's Overpass. It's a map known for it. But the clutches have been unreal. I'm just loving what I'm seeing coming out here. I think Nuke, personal favorite map of mine as well. So I don't think I could think of a better resting place for the series.
No, I do agree. And you're going to look at this one, and you talked about it before. Wildcard haven't been that great on Nuke, and Getting Info have. Getting Info in 10 times on the map, 8-2, and Wildcard with 9 times on it, a 4-5 record. So 80% win rate for Getting Info and 44.4% on the side of Wildcard. So I feel like despite the fact that Wildcard pushes to a third map, it's still going to be very difficult for them to pull this all the way back in a reverse sweep. We'll see if that can happen after this break.
Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown.
All right, well, Wildcard took the long way here in overtime on Overpass, but we are on Nuke now for a third and deciding map here in the consolidation final to determine who is going to face off against Marsborn.
Yeah, it is a heated series. It looked like Getting Info had it in the bag for so much of the end of Overpass there, but clawing it back, Wildcard secured themselves just about a victory in the final round of that second overtime. And now here we go into Nuke, uncharted territory for these two teams playing against each other, at least within the confines of this tournament. Knife round to decide who will get the privilege, the benefit of starting on CT side. And it looks like a pretty good... Oh, I say that actually, Fiku's got a team kill.
No!
Doesn't matter. Fuzi clutches again.
In the knife? I can't believe he does that. In a 1v2 to boot. Manages to pull it off. Just a knife round, but hey, I mean, we say that, but it is quite the luxury to get to start on CT side, especially on a map like Nuke. So Wildcard, and you look at their numbers, actually, despite the lack of success for Wildcard on the map, they've been good on both sides, which cannot be said for Getting Info, who have struggled a little bit more on their T side, which is what you expect, a 47.7% win percentage versus the CT round win percentage for Getting Info at 60.2%. On the other side for Getting Info, it's more along lines of 50-50, or let's say 55.8% T round win percentage and 53.5% CT round. Here we go into the pistol round. Enough with the numbers. Fuzi is going to start firing off the bullets. He gets the first and the second as well. He was that key to success over on that previous map, and it looks like he may be here as well. A clean sweep for Wildcard.
And they only play even taking damage. 22 points of it as well is Fuzi. And it looks like he has not cooled down at all since that incredible clutch to close out Overpass. So I'm excited. We're starting off strong. They've got the advantage of the CT side start, which we've said probably a good thing that they're starting on the CT side right now, given what we saw on the last map at least. Much stronger showing there than over on Ancient, but now just a couple of bought up. It's not even. It's one bought up weapon, a single deagle, and a flashbang on Dia. Dia, I'm assuming, waiting up in the rafters, waiting to throw it. Actually, no, flashbangs heading along with the team. Dia leading the charge with it even. Gonna try cross into secret, will do so indeed. The immediate breakdown vent to head and make sure there is a welcoming party for them. They choose to pursue this course of action.
Yeah, this is not a force buy going through for Getting Info, even though Dia decides to force up. No one else did. And well, the result is everyone falls. Only one player left, that's Snav, and there he goes. 3k for Fiku. Racking up the eco frags. It'll be 2-0 for Wildcard. Talking about the stats there on that previous map. For Fuzi, 32 and 13, a 95.3 ADR and a 1.93 rating. Also, more notably, is that his swing percentage was very high as well, meaning that, you know, these weren't empty frags. Plus 9.64% swing percentage. So overall, Fuzi, the key reason why they were able to get to victory on Overpass and even contest this map.
Immaculate stuff, and look, the pace immediately getting somebody into mini peeping, having a little bit of a look. Is going to hear a couple of footsteps in lobby as Fuzi back him up long range, but Dia's found an opening frag. Now got to be so careful when the smoke fades, could be an issue. Slump's found a second. It's starting to look really good here. Snav with another. Shane massacres beeping, and now they've got an open space absolutely everywhere they want to on the map. And Dia round the back, a single clean bullet to the head will do it. And they get around on the board early, not willing to let Wildcard run away with a lead that they'll have to claw back.
That's very good work. I mean, Dia just with the deagle gets the first, and then Snav and Shane ensure that no further path can be taken by Wildcard in their attempt to crunch towards that lobby from ramp. So, I mean, overall, Dia getting 2 with the deagle is more than you'd expect of him. And then he picks up the rifle as an upgrade afterwards, breaking all the glass there to prepare for Util to be tossed in towards the A site. Now Getting Info. Looking to tie things up, but the guns are upgraded now for Wildcard. You're going to have an op and 4 M4s available.
Ooh, the whole world is their oyster with this arsenal at their fingertips. Stanislaw playing Mustang here is just going to sit and wait. Patience may be rewarded. Chucking some utility over towards JBA to re-establish some control over towards Squeaky, but burning alive. The trail of fire follows him, but running through fire themselves to try and burst onto side. Stanislaw gets 2. Dia finally finds a trade, but JBA with another one. Ooh, Dia's not willing to let this go without a fight, but unfortunately, he's going to be the only one left to try and do this. An ace needed. Has an opportunity potentially to reload now, but so worried and so little HP. And Fuzi, this is a personal angle with that AWP. Actually looks to have enough time to try wrap around the world, and Bomb is going to be being left in a safe place in order to do so.
Four singular points of health remain for Dia. 35 seconds on the clock. And Fiku is watching this cross. So Dia's probably dead, no matter what he does. There he goes. Yeah. Fiku will find it. It's unfortunate for Dia. Doesn't have as much HP as he would have liked for that situation, but fortunate for Wildcard because they isolate that round victory on the side of getting info and get right back to their winning ways.
Nothing but a short hurdle on the sprint to victory, it would seem. They were wronged in the last series. They lost that to getting info in that third map, and it was actually not even a particularly close affair. So this time an opportunity to be the ones victorious, to continue to that grand final. JBA utility over the top, jump on down, really wants to get aggressive and hunt this. Talking of aggressive, Slump gets caught wide out in the open. Fuzi finds Shane, not even able to fire back. Dia, smoke gets blown open, still has a little bit of a window if they want to use this water smokes, but it's not going to last forever.
Fuzi almost got caught there. It's a dangerous spot, but then he almost hits the call out. I thought he lined them both up. Ends up getting Marky. Dia connected on in the leg shot, and Fuzi finds himself another multi-kill round. 3K on the board this time. Could end up being a 4th since Snav is walking in this direction. Man, oh man, this is why they brought Fuzi back. This is why 9 were doing so well with Fuzi on the roster, because he can be that much of a game changer.
Game changer indeed. And look, 5-1 already. He's hunting for a little bit more, but I'll make it a 6 KD. Misses the first shot. No, it doesn't quite misconnect, but it's going to need to require his teammate JBA to finalize, capitalize off the back of it. And that he does. And that gives them another round on the board, racking them up frequent and early. They need to do something a little bit more to try and deal with him. If he's going to be allowed to continue to rule outside with such an iron fist, they're going to need to find better answers to him.
Yeah, and I think Fuzi's a player that a lot of the times you put a rifler in outside in garage and rely on them to take care of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if that does happen on occasion. But Fuzi can run the rifle pretty effectively as well. So even if they're in a situation where they can't have him on the op, he should be fine there regardless. This time, though, they won't need to worry about rifles on the side of getting info. As, oh my goodness, it's the Deagles they need to be concerned about, it seems. They keep getting scalps, and this time it's Stanislaus that's gone. 5v4 for getting info.
Yep. But there's the, a little bit belated, but there is the equalizing kill there. Snav just walking with knife out, actually just dropping the gun to go pick up one of those few Desert Eagles. Just a bit of an upgrade for him. JBA now sits and waits, hoping that they're going to make a move. Very hesitant to do so. They've got no utility to get them round these awkward choke points, and if anybody's watching from the heavens, they know they're in trouble. It's not even the heavens they've got to be worried about. Uzi's just stood out in the open. All the confidence he'd ever need. Fiku's got one, and this all falls apart. It's a lovely opening shot, but they cannot find much more off the back of it.
Yeah, Fuzi looks locked in right now, and that's a scary prospect for getting info, who usually would have Dia as an answer. I'm not saying Dia's been playing badly. He hasn't. It's just that Fuzi was a missing piece for this wildcard roster previously, and now that is no longer the case. Incendiary getting a toss to the ground once the ramp player is overwhelmed. That's peeping. And that will keep getting info at bay. Shane trying to relocate here. They want a bomb plant out of this. They really have nothing to lose by going for it. Only 20 seconds left. Aggressive posturing by Fuzi. Gets a third for himself. His second 3K already in only 6 rounds. and Marky can do nothing but likely throw himself to the wolves. There it is.
Yep.
ABA gets the last.
Stunning stuff. The CT side looking so much better. They've been really ramping up into the series, I think. First map, the analogy I like to use is like when you make pancakes, right? Is that the first pancake never goes right. Nobody's ever made a batch of pancakes and the first pancake has gone well. So the first map, a little bit of a warm-up. Second map, it does require them to make a little bit of a comeback, but now they firmly stood their ground in opening this one up. Now, getting info, they've had some really good sort of second quarter moments, but they're just being kept on the economic ropes. They're just being kept on the ropes on the outside as well. They just can't seem to win an early fight out here.
I think this is the key moment in a matchup where, in this 7th round, I'd say, when you have these 5-1 leads, where things can start to turn in the other direction. But if they don't, then that's when you're looking at the possibility of a blowout first half. So we'll see if Getting Info can strike back after losing that first body. They walk in the garage hoping to get contact, but no one's home. Completely vacated. FEQ and JBA holding different angles, and the op not even in sight. Fuzi actually into secret this time. So I love the way they're changing things up in terms of the way their defense looks, keeping Getting Info guessing. Although, in this instance, they're giving up a lot of space as you see Snap moving into hell, unbeknownst to Wildcard.
Yeah, they have got not a clue what is waiting for them. Not even in the wings, in the rafters here. As they slowly take this space. JBA is actually still watching for it, knows there's a chance, knows there's a possibility. Puts out the first player and the second back-to-back. It's perfect. It's pixel perfect. Marky gets one to get them back onto site and regain the advantage they have, but Peeping's immediately filled the power vacuum up in heaven that they've just lost, and back's a turn. They're not expecting it. The spray transfer for the planter as well. Just about gets the bomb down, but what does that even matter when there's nobody to defend it?
That is fantastic. One, awareness from JB, and I think two, communication from Wildcard saying, guys, we don't know if they're towards outside. Someone needs to watch the rafters, and JBA does exactly that. Not only does he watch, he gets the first and the second, and then Peeping takes the space that he gave up, as you mentioned, Affinity, and no one's expecting on the side of Getting Info, and that's even a great spray transfer from Peeping. So the two young players on Wildcard who are brought over because of their promise, right? How much they could potentially give at this level of Counter-Strike are delivering now for Wildcard. And I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? They need a little time to cook, a little more time to prepare. But once that's done, I think they could become one of the most dangerous teams in North America again. And right here is where that round in particular is where I see that promise fully delivered.
Delivered. Sent same-day delivery packing out of the tournament seems to be on Wildcard's agenda for Getting Info. Now, they slip down secret without a care in the world, but the issue is it's a false sense of security. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is, and that's because Fuzi is waiting for you. He has your name, he has your location, and he is hungry for frags. Rounding the corner, getting super aggressive. Gets the first. Ooh, not quite able to get ready for the no-scope, but Fiku's got another player outside, and it leaves Shane isolated on an island. A player to deal with in Vent, and Marky's too far away. Found a pick of his own, and actually now the two of them have both found their marks. It gives them a chance to regroup, recalibrate. Fiku in the heavens, taken down. Now just Peeping, two players low HP. That is the benefit he has to work with, but time now against him.
That's a 4v2 that Wildcard letting slip away. Not the look you want to see after a round where everything goes the way you expect it to. Do you have my criticisms, but I'll save it to see if you talk. No, we're not going to get a Wildcard win. Marky spots out Peeping, and that'll do it. So, I mean, I think Fiku in that instance doesn't have to be aggressive. You can just play Heaven. You still have a man advantage. You have no reason to be poking your head out like that. If he waits for information or, take on the bomb, then he'll obviously have a possibility of taking a favorable fight. Instead, he goes ahead of it and gets taken down with no trade in sight. Like, maybe if you have a player near you that can get a trade, it's good. But in that instance, I do have my criticisms for it. And again, despite the fact that he's 8-2, he is playing well here for Wildcard on Nuke and has been a big contributor in that 6-2 lead. My criticisms for him in past matches has been that he's been over aggressive and hasn't necessarily taken the more patient plays when it's needed. And I feel like that's because he still hasn't fully been integrated into Stanislaus' system, which does encourage patience and not necessarily going for those types of plays. But I feel like with time, that'll get ironed out.
I think on the flip side as well, another instance is that Shane has so much option there not to continue taking that fight towards Vent, is that he's got health, they've got a 4 versus 2, but he's so over eager to find this one pick when he has all of the space to either back away or push further forward and just leave them be. You miss the first 4, 5, 6 shots. What's the shots 1 to 6 clearly missed. Shots 7 to 8 missed due to recoil. You have an opportunity to fall back, reset, reload, and go for it again. But no, he just keeps spamming away. It's a little bit over eager and aggressive, and it's sloppy because of it. And it is one of the dominoes, not the first domino to topple by any metric, but it's one of the dominoes in a sequence that could have been avoided. But, ooh, talking of things that could be avoided, voiding Fuzi's AWP shots outside. Ooh, dear, through the smoke.
Yeah, this is the recovery potentially on the cards here for getting info. 5v4. You get that opener. Fuzi, the most dangerous piece, has been ripped off the board. Now, slow approach into lobby. Stanislaus connected on for a little bit of damage. JBA on top of Hut. This Wildcard are trying to keep a stranglehold on Nuke. No choice for JBA to throw that smoke onto the Molotov. And now the slight advantage of that will be gone. That being said, I mean, there's still a lot of util available for getting info to not only get that Molotov thrown again, but continue applying the pressure towards A. It is deployed perfectly. A flashbang, a Molotov. All the bodies are falling here for Wildcard, leaving only Peeping standing, who's not towards that A site just yet. He will arrive on the scene should he want to, but he doesn't. He's going for the save.
Going for the save. Will find first fight on his hands, and I think they want to just feed into this a little bit, near enough by that they want to go at least recover some of the weapons, worried that he might be still lingering around. And there it is, waiting for it, holding for it. Snap's picked up weapons and they secure ourselves around again, building something up in this T side. It looked like it wasn't going to be able to hold up against Wildcard's incredibly strong looking CT side, but a couple of mistakes and cracks showing, and it's going to be exploited. They've given themselves a little bit of a platform to work with. Dia's got the AWP available now, so it's all starting to come up. Getting info.
Timeout. Going to be called. Will expire shortly here on the Wildcard side. As we're back into the swing of things, I wanted to talk things over, see what might have been going wrong on their defense. Honestly, just need to be a little more patient in the fights that they're taking. Although, admittedly, that previous one, I feel like Getting Info just did a fantastic job. Executing on their utility, going towards the A site, every piece in the right place. Wildcard, just going to have to deal with it once more, it seems, because it's a full belt of util for everyone on the side of Getting Info. Fuzi does have the AWP in his hands once more. And I think that's been, the big difference maker. They've moved it around everywhere. He's been playing in ramp. He's played outside. He's been lockers, in secret. So they're keeping, as I mentioned, Getting Info guessing as to where the AWP is. But I believe a shot was fired off, so now they know. But he'll still connect on to Shane. Won't get the second. Traded by Markey very effectively. And now Peeping, while he does throw a flashbang for himself, he's going to be prevented from peeking his head towards that ramp room. So ramp control gained.
Everything they could want and more in this round. They've got an advantage. 4v4 favours the T side. JBA's got a tiny window of opportunity to work with here. Dia hoping can bait something out. The Molotov to go over. Nobody's going to move, so they know that there's at least a safe space there. Lots of audio heard from the jump down, but the smoke comes on through, cuts off JBA's line of sight. Stanislaw's found one, and this is the only angle that hasn't been smoked. Molotov, just to put a little bit of space between him, stop him being run on down, is going to give them the sight. Tap just to hold it. That smoke on D-corner is going to fade any second now, so they need to start getting this bomb down potentially, but actually maybe they don't. Snav goes for a pick, Dia goes for a pick, and they all fall one by one. It looks so good. It looks like they're holding them, containing them within this site, but actually it's left them spread very thin and taken down in one foul swoop. Just peeping left. Low HP on a couple of these players, but they are all so spread out that there's no way really they should be allowed to isolate 3 jewels in a row. And there it is. Drop on down. Not expecting Snav.
It just feels like when Wildcard have an advantage in some instances, they just don't know what to do with it. And they end up taking these really weird engagements. The trades don't come through. Spacing is off. And they can't seem to collect themselves soon enough. And it happens again here. Look at this. I mean, just the fact that that was 4 players alive for Wildcard versus 3 for Getting Info, it didn't feel like it at all. As Getting Info just won all those fights.
Yeah, it's thematically very similar to what we talked about a lot on map number 1, is that Wildcard struggles so much to actually close out a round, is that they can't make the best of a good thing and actually end up fumbling a lot of rounds where they've had a very, very good start. Maybe not so much in that one 4v4, it doesn't quite favour them, but it was still looking good. It was at least looking a little bit more competitive than it ended up being.
Now you were going from what would have been a dominant CT side to what we would consider a good T side. With a 5th round potentially.
The tables have
coming
turned.
through. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 5 rounds T side is fantastic. Will it happen? Is another case? Oh no! Fuzi gets the bomb delivered at his feet. Right on his doorstep. Shane trying to trade out that frag. Loses a teammate in the process. And while he does get the trade, it will be Peeping getting right on back in that direction. 2v2 as it stands. Guns are available on the ground. Excuse me, 3v2. Didn't realize PQ was still alive. And Stanislaw catches Marky trying to get off of T-Roof. Now it's all up to Dia, who does have the bomb on his back, but has to clutch the 1v3 in a round that should have been smooth sailing.
It should have been beyond smooth sailing. But alas, the rough waters are going to rock the boat. And 25 seconds, that bomb going down so early and in such an awkward, awful position as well, kind of ruins the whole round for them super early.
Well, it's not over yet. Now it is. Stanislaw with the backstab shot onto Dia. 7-4 for Wildcard. They're absolutely thrilled with the result out of that one. Great contribution from the Secret player to get those that early frag onto the bomb carrier and drop it to the ground, and that's what really put the pressure on for Getting Info, and they could never really recover afterwards. So well done in that instance from Wildcard, and we will head to a 12th round eventually here because we got another tech pause.
Would it be North America without a tech pause? I also love that that was the shortest span of copium I've ever seen. It's not over yet, and then they were like, no. Watch this be over. Let's see how quickly we can get this over with. But yeah, 1 round left, and I think it would be a really nice one for Getting Info to pick up here. I think 4 is enough to work with. As long as you get that pistol, it's enough to work with. 5 puts you in a really good position. It's one of those really weird maps that the difference between 4 rounds and 5 rounds feels really, really huge. As in, 4 rounds it's acceptable, but it's not ideal. 5 rounds feels like you made a really good half out of it.
No, I agree. I mean, I feel like 5 on Nuke is very, very nice on T side. Although, this map has gotten more balanced over the years since we're talking all the way back to like CS 1.6, for example. I mean, this used to be a map where if you got 2 rounds T side, you're like, yeah, let's go. It was just a CT sided brawl. Like who can get the most CT side rounds, and that's it on Nuke. But now, I think that it's balanced out more. Getting T side rounds is no longer seemingly an impossibility. And this has been the case for a while, but it's just more in the recent times of Counter-Strike since it's been around for a couple of decades at this point, maybe even 3. And you look over here at the side of Getting Info, finding those 4, I agree with you. It's good. but they would love to get 5. And I think they were set up for that 5th. I think that's the most troubling thing for them because they were in a situation, there's an anti-ego.
Should have been theirs every day of the week. Unfortunately, was not theirs on this day of the week. And yeah, I'm quite curious. I think it's interesting to see the evolution. It feels very much like a T-sided game at times at the moment, doesn't it? That it's with MR12, the economy wasn't built for CT in the same way. They've made a lot of really good improvements and strides. And the way that Counter-Strike plays is innately a defense-sided game, but just the economy is so weird with so few rounds to play with that I think I'll stake my career on the fact that I think it's a T-sided game at the moment.
Yeah.
But you know, we've seen pretty good CT sides and T sides coming out. It feels like both of these teams have flip-flopped a lot over the series. We've not had too much consistency between good CT and T sides across each of these maps.
Yeah, I think it also kind of depends right now on the level of play, like the level of play. Like I think at the tier 2 and 3 levels, definitely there's still like, there hasn't really been that evolution towards CT sides being more potent. But if you look at the tier 1 level, teams are starting to, or at least when the change was made in the economy, we're really starting to perform well on CT side to the point where statistically we're like, what's happening here? What's this shift? But I mean, as time has gone on, it feels like, again, we're going back into more balance or maybe even that T side lean. So it really depends as in long term, if we're going to see that impact of the economy have a major change here. I think that maybe we still need a couple more adjustments economy wise. I do like the fact that every frag leads to $50 gain for each player on the CT side now. But is it enough? I don't know. Like, that's still a question that needs to be answered. And I feel like, yeah, we need more time. We need more time to see, honestly, as we head into the 12th round of play here.
Yep. Let the dust settle not only on the game, but over on this half as well. Fuzi slowly creeping forward. Molotov to go out. Not quite going to burn anybody just yet. Ooh, shoulder spotted. The Jiggle going to get punished. Getting ready, lining up for another, but I think they've decided to get out of dodge. One player still needs to cross, however, pinned down in trophy room. Shane backs away, door's been blown clean off its hinges, wants to go for a fight, but the smoke comes over at the perfect time. Slightly ahead of it, however, Stanislaw catches him as he's too busy clearing out the heavens. Peeping gets one as well, and Slump needs to find a multi-kill to try to get the back into this. They cannot, and it is going to be an 8-4 half that we'll leave you off with.
my speaker combo. I'll keep going till my speaker combo. I'll keep going till my speaker combo. I'll keep going till my speaker combo.
All right, we're back into it here. 8-4 for Wildcard. It felt like getting info were creeping up on them for a moment, but Wildcard shut them down at the end of the half, and now they go into a pistol. They're trying to dominate it again. But Shane will get the opener and the follow-up on Defiku. It looks like it will be a getting info pistol round victory, and before I can even say it, it already comes to fruition.
Their pistol rounds have generally been looking so much better. And yeah, that's a blink and you miss it. You look away for even a second and it is done. Very nicely done, very quick to get themselves back into it. It looked like they had an amazing start, a little bit of a comeback coming back into it. But Wildcard not want to bow down without a fight. They force into the second. We've not seen amazing results from their force buys just yet, but this map, a little bit starker of a contrast between these two teams. We'll see if they can find something. It's a little bit slow, but they're heading over towards ramp, slowly but surely.
Slow and steady. Sometimes wins the race. We'll see if that's the case for Wildcard. Shane, watching, waiting, smoking to get tossed there. Here they come into ramp. It's actually a really good flashbang to throw, so they will gain the space. Shane needs to be careful. In fact, completely backs off. That's giving up a lot of map control to the Wildcard side. They can slip in towards ramp now and maybe even take this B side because there's only Snav waiting there with a UMP. That's probably the weakest weapon you can have in this anti-eco if you're not engaging at mid-range.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's going to be given any close-range fights. He's having a little bit of a look back, and it's good no one is coming from Secret because he would be at a huge disadvantage that range with that weapon. Here it is now, but look at that. Yeah. Doors open. Quick headshot. Close the doors again. Disrespectful. Slump wants to have a look at this. Wants to try find the equalizing kill. Here's the doors go open. Finds one. Isn't quite going to find any of the other players and is held at bay by the doors. But see what a shot. He has been unstoppable. Slump gets way too ahead of himself as he tries to push this, bites off way more than he could chew, and the whole team crumbles. And it's going to be this force by the picked up weapons getting it done.
I feel like Nuke always delivers these iconic kind of force buy back and forth rounds, and oftentimes it can last for 5, 6, even 7 rounds where both teams are force buying back and forth. But Wildcard doing a great job there. 9-5 lead earned off of it. And it's just that space, like I said, that they were allowed to gain, and getting info just backed off the fight. And they leave Snav, who's alone with an MP9, which, yes, as I mentioned, mid-range you can do well, but once they get close, because the fire rate is so slow, the pistols can overwhelm you very quickly if you don't have someone right there to support you with something a little bit better. And yeah, that was not the case for Snav, so he gets overwhelmed, and Wildcard are looking to get into double digits now. It will be, as mentioned, they're not going to back down or getting info at this point. Force buy is on. And they got 2 5.7s, the Deagle, an MP9, and the A1S.
Yep. a little bit of a mixed bag buy, but when you've just seen that round happen to you, well, against you, should I say, you know that it's worth a shot, isn't it? It is worth every try, especially if you can stop them reaching double digits. If you could stop them doubling your own scoreline, would be huge. But actually, I quite like this. You take the pace away from them, and it gives them no opportunity to overwhelm and overrun you there. Starve them of info and just wait for the later round to pop.
Here comes... Ooh, that's not good. That's an airburst Molotov that was supposed to land on top of Hut. And now you think Wildcard, like, oh, I'm not sure if this is going to work out well. Shane lurking in the shadows here towards Trophy. Shane, speaking of shadows, he sees one, but it won't mean anything because JBA takes his head clean off. 5v4 in favor of Wildcard. No one in ramp at all, which means all this space again free to be taken. The only one towards that B site is Marky with an MP9. Snap trying to come in on a bit of a mini flank here. Vik is watching for it though. Good patience. Waiting for more. Instead, sees nothing, takes care of Snap. Now it's up to Marky, who only gets one before Peeping trades him out. Slump tries to swing around that corner and make sure that Marky's death is not in vain, but he's unable to convert off of anything. And it's all up to Dia, who spams through the smoke and gets the favor returned. And he will be the one to fall. 10-5 for Wildcard.
10-5 indeed. A masterclass of a round there. Just looks so good, dismantles them. I love the positioning, leaving Fiku behind. You can see it, the trigger discipline is beautifully timed as well. You give it enough time that reasonably you should see at least somebody else, but not long enough that A, your teammates have to step in and deal with what is essentially your mess. You're the one that's let them through. Still your responsibility. That player's life depends on you taking them out. But leaves it long enough, make sure there's nobody following them, buys them a huge buffer because that takes out the flank, which means they can turn their attention. There's not likely to be anything else coming even from that direction after that. That's the end of the line for them. Timeout being called here to bring it back to the present. I quite like this. It's not going to be anything they can particularly run in this round. They don't have the money to even invest in utility for something small, something flashier, very small set play. So this is going to be looking into the future, how they deny Wildcard securing themselves that map and series point, because this round they've got nothing to defend barring a P250, and that is nothing to sing high praises of.
Wildcard. Chance to really put a stranglehold on this map, and it's kind of unfortunate if you're getting info, right? You win the pistol round, you think, okay, here's our path back in, then they lose the following force by cannot win their own, and before you know it, Wildcard onto double digits. That being said, they did a pretty good job with the pistols collecting damage on the players that are trying to get in through secret. The problem is that the players got through secret, and there's nothing really waiting for them towards the B side. Snap's on a pretty wicked flank. No idea. Yeah, he's still going to keep going. Should be a free frag. Indeed it is. Now he'll be known, but potentially a chance for an upgrade? No, absolutely gets decimated as soon as they realize where he is.
It's so cheeky because it's so quick, but it's so silent as well.
Yeah.
And very sly one there. Lucky to have it traded so quickly and so efficiently. As you said, could reach for a weapon, but was denied even that. Because you get a weapon and you escape, suddenly you have 4 versus 4. And it's still not great odds, but it's a little bit better. Bomb still hanging around, not being planted just yet. Seems to have been a bit of a running theme. Got to be careful here. We've seen how last-minute plants can backfire. But should be okay this time because there's nobody nearby to deny.
Yeah, they're just being really careful about all of this, making sure the util comes in, Fuzi deploying all of that. Should be safe to plant the bomb now. 15 seconds. Guys, you might want to get a move on here. There we go. Really burned down the entirety of the clock. Shane's on a free flank. Okay, I don't even know how that happens. That should not happen in a 4v3 where you're up against pistols. Shane gets a free upgrade to the A1S. Will get dropped. It's probably a moot point in the results of the round, but those are the types of little details in the protocols and then the setups that could cause you problems. Okay, maybe not a moot point. Guns picked up for both Slump and Marky. Fiku comes in and catches Slump looking the wrong way. Feels like it's a round of players getting caught looking in the wrong direction, but Marky brings down to a 1v1. Problem is, no kit means no round, but still a lot of damage done. And, you know, the weak points on the post plant, they're just on the defense of the site for Wildcard after gaining control of it. Very much exposed.
Ooh, finds the last pick, but it is not even a consolation prize at that point. It's just damage control and mitigation here. But yeah, lovely stuff coming out here. They've been able to find themselves on site or near enough a site without ever having to take initial opening contact. They've been so good at just slipping through avenues that they've been lucky enough, or at least have had really good reads to be able to avoid the majority of any level of opposition. I'm a little bit curious. They like to hang around and wait to plant the bomb a little bit, as you said. Making a couple of points could be moot in how the overall round spiraled. But again, they're worth pointing out and worth mentioning because one of these teams have to play Marsborough and they won't be allowed the same level of leniency. It will be these small margins that matter. And Fiku pops on out, finds one, finds two, and there's still players on this site. Has JBA pushing on out with him. He's taken down, but could be this canary for the rest of the team. Marky manages to find a second. Luckily, Dia's going to be hurt on the reload, but Shane gets one. Fuzi stepping on up. Smoke comes on out, and all they have to do is play together, one through the smoke, and now Fuzi decides how to play this. Is he expecting the peek through the smoke? He looks away at just the wrong second, and it's perfectly timed aggression. The dry peek from Dia, so risky, but such a high reward.
Yeah, that's back and forth play, honestly. Fiku is that double-edged sword, right? He loves to get aggressive, go for early fights in many rounds, and sometimes it's fantastic. Other rounds it isn't. This time it is great for him as he gets two, but the problem is that the rest of his team can't capitalize off of that to take control of the A site. Credit to getting info. Great work on the trades. Unfortunately for Wildcard, you know, even though they get those two openers, getting info are able to capitalize, and Dia, you know, who is our Kadia player to watch, ends up being the hero in the round for his squad to keep getting info within, let's say, striking distance of having a chance here on Nuke, but it's still not the best of circumstances. Yes, you know, you're looking at the buy-up here for Wildcard featuring 3 pistols and 2 AKs. You might be thinking, okay, that's not too bad for getting info, but that's more than enough to find success, not to mention they've got the full belt of util for everyone. Opening frag found by them, but instantly traded by Dia. And look at the damage done onto Fuzi as well. Marky gets a full health peeping, sprayed down with the A1S, and all of a sudden you're looking at a 4v3 in favor of getting info. Oh, Stanislas has been spotted as well. His position known.
Yeah, all the information in the world. And he still gets one, is punished for it. But the fact that he even gets one is criminal. Player outside, oh, is going to be heard. But look at that, JBA is a distraction for Fuzi to pounce. Fuzi is the one that ends up paying for it with his life, however. JBA going to tuck on in. 45 seconds, has the bomb as well, and actually has managed to psych out the 2 remaining getting info players into this reposition. So worried that he might actually have been able to slip away and made to a bomb site.
Yeah, JBA is probably that one player you want to have in this position in a 1v2 clutch. 23 seconds left. It's walking towards the A site. No one's on the site properly. It's clear so much, so Heaven will probably get a good timing on this. They do, and there it is. Marky gets the last, and it will be a 7th round picked up for getting info. That's the force buy as well on Wildcard side, so, you know, they're on to an eco, meaning an 8th is likely for the side of GI. So if it's going to be a 3-round, I mean, there's one thing for Wildcard, because they built such a big lead that even though they will likely lose this round, they'll still have a 3-round cushion to build off of.
Yeah, exactly. They did. We talked about this earlier. The job of the first half is to make your life in the second half as easy as possible. And they've bought themselves so many luxuries by having such a good CT side. It is their good graces are going to start to run a little bit thin. Lovely nade goes in, actually clipping, not a point of damage to be found there. And now these players just going to sit and stack in lobby for now, waiting for the call to arms, or maybe for an opening pick if it comes their way. Flashes go over the top, and that is going to be them running onto site. The flashes are so good, but they're good for both sides. It means that neither of them can. Looking straight down, they could completely miss the vent, and they are massacred on the way down.
Oh, Fuzi. 1, 2. 3? Maybe? No. Okay, finally cut down by Marky. Still in an eco round, that is a decent amount of damage done by Fuzi. Especially if this one goes down to the wire, you're at least keeping the Getting Info squad as honest as possible. That being said, Wildcard, as opposed to waiting a little bit longer, maybe going for a half buy here, they want to go all in. I can't blame them, right? Because you already get a couple of AKs, you have full util and 3 Galils. They're confident in making this work, and we'll see if that confidence is misplaced or not. As we head into round number 20, I think what really would have helped in that previous one is if they could have pulled off a bomb plant, which was the idea, right? As you saw them trying to get into that vent, and Fiku's pathing absolutely a little bit off, because as you mentioned, Affinity was looking down expecting to be in the vent, and instead he's out in the open towards Mini.
Yeah, difficult one. It's happened to the best of us, hasn't it? But
oh yeah,
I hate to see it happen when the stakes are this high, and because it's not just prize money on the line, it's not just qualification to that grand final, it's the VRS points, it's the prize pool, it's the qualification to the regional final, which is the tournament where the winner from the 4 season 50 cups will compete for that single coveted Pro League spot. So much is on the line, and I think, you don't want to count them out getting info. They aren't done just yet. They are keeping this going, and now there's just 2 players left. It's a nice pick for Fuzi, but unfortunately one and done. Peeping needs to step up in such a huge way, and now those walls, they're paper thin, and they know exactly where he is.
Oh, but he gets another one, and they can't find the immediate trade. Now it becomes super problematic. 1v2, Peeping. If he can isolate the fights, we'll be in good position. Oh, util out. Bad timing on Peeping's side, and Dia will end him with the AWP. 9th found for Getting Info. And it feels like a 10th should be on the cards. Half buy almost certainly going to come through for Wildcard this time. But now the comfort of that lead is quickly disappearing. Timeout going to be called by Stanislaw to rally the troops a little bit and talk through this with them. But as it stands, he's still got 1 AK remaining on the CT side, which bolsters their defense. They've got full money, a full buy up through, full utility, and a good economic cushion. Not great, but decent enough that should they lose this round, they'll still be able to fight forward in what could be their final round of play here in the series, assuming Wildcard take this one or one of the next.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely to be this one unless the Tech 9s could be something incredible. And we've seen some nice shots, but it's been very superficial, hasn't it? It's been a lot of, ooh, that's a nice shot. Fuzi's got a headshot and it's very clean, but it's very isolated, and it's not really looked too much like it could spiral much further. It's been very superficial, but as are most eco rounds, aren't they? So this time there's a little bit of an investment, but nothing really special here that I think could contend with the sheer overwhelming buy that Getting Info have. But on the plus side, they've kept it at least humble enough that the money hasn't been... Getting Info aren't tripping over their money. And we've got to find the small mercies where they are, because with lots to criticize, Wildcard had such a huge lead, and look at it now, 2 rounds soon to be won.
I mean, let's not forget that Wildcard did pull off a half buy previously when they slipped into exactly this position, right? Like, they walked through into secret. It's being watched this time, so Marky's going to have visibility. Whoa, does get traded immediately. Snap, will he get more than one? Yes, so that should be enough, you'd think, and support coming through from Shane. There we go. So they realized the error of their ways previously and won't make the same mistake twice. Peeping gets disposed of too. Only 1 casualty in the round for Getting Info, and it will be double digits found for them as well.
Lovely stuff there. Stanislaw, you hear the double team coming through from the Tech 9.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1 pick isn't amazing for the buy. Yes, it's just a full eco, but you'd like to see just a tiny bit more, because as we said, it's meant that there hasn't been too much of a challenge in the past bunch of rounds for Getting Info. That's not going to matter too much, because we're getting towards the end of regulation. After this, we've got 2 rounds remaining, and they'll have money. They'll be set up for that, at least the majority of players. So we don't even have the longevity to necessarily think about here.
Ooh, slump. I think he got legged by Fuzi's hop there. Happy to be alive at the very least, and Wildcard slipping their way into secret. No noise made. Being watched by Dia. Get a free shot here, and he does. Yeah, Fiku's gone. Stanislaw throws the throws the smoke in. I was right the first time. I should have never doubted myself. Anyway, incendiary goes through. And in the end, Slump is waiting here still at garage. They know he's here, but Stan's got his back turned, and Slump lines him up and knocks him down. That is not great for Wildcard, and neither will that be either. JBA gone, Pete being the last one standing. A 1v5, absolutely nothing going right for Wildcard in this round.
I'll be honest, Jan TV, we have got a very real chance to close this out in regulation for getting info. 2 more rounds, 2 in a row, and they have been on an absolute tear. There's not going to be the buy realistically coming into this one. They only need to dismantle 1 more buy round after this. We've seen them, there was that one sort of half buy eco that we can sing the praises of. But if we look at how many, at least in the past couple of rounds that we've seen, that haven't had the same effect, and they've gone all in on the util here. I am very interested to see, but getting info, it's looked so good. The composure to bring this back from insurmountable odds on paper. And here we go. Ooh, looking to throw the smoke on over. Could completely hold them. A re-smoke anytime now could be huge. And Molotov to try force out Shane. The issue is it doesn't spread in time. The flashbang's really good for Fiku to find the pick off the back of Snav now waiting in the heavens. Gets taken down. Marky does have a trade, and unfortunately Fiku looking the wrong way here. Player in heaven can just crunch down on this. JBA's got 1, but too much to ask here. Firing down from the heavens, and that is a 12th round. Series point has been reached. Series point or overtime. Those are our only 2 options.
It was 11-5 for Wildcard. 11-5, and now it's been 7 rounds in a row on the side of getting info. And I mean, we were thinking, okay, Wildcard looking good. They had a couple of rounds where I thought things actually connected the way they should on their executes. And then here we are, with getting info being the first ones onto map point. What a stall out for Wildcard. And now they're fighting for their lives, trying to push into overtime for a second straight map. They did successfully do so on Overpass and win it. But now their lives are on the line, and getting info's got absolutely all the momentum, looking to end this one on a win streak.
It'd be lovely. The momentum is flowing, and sometimes when it starts, it's really hard to stop. A little bit of early damage sustained, and actually an opening pick for Fuzi is a good start. Can they break the curse we talked about of losing these rounds after the opening jewels have been won? Fiku's managed to work a really nice angle. Ooh, and someone's just completely unaware.
That being said, still presence on this B site for getting info. Diaz got to hit the shot, and he does. Dodges the Molotov as well. Second toe. I thought he had it, but he doesn't collect it. That being said, look at the bodies that are being felt here. It is a 2v2 after all is said and done. This was a significant advantage for Wildcard. 5v3 in their favor, and for it to be down to even numbers is a testament in itself to the efforts here of getting info and the shots they've been able to connect.
All they have to do is tuck in here. They know that they don't have to make a move. And there it is, snap points on out. Marky needs to be the hero. Door shots, hoping to cause a commotion, but nobody is going to give him the time of day. No one's going to give him the fight. Desperately trying to bait out the shot. Flash goes over the top, and there's no time even with a kit. We are going overtime again. This final map, we're not letting you guys go until we have played out all rounds here, and now it's anyone's call, Such a great round streak, 11-5, such a claw back, just to lose that one important round. Wildcard, they cling on desperately when it matters most.
Oh boy, that is wild card.
I know, see what you did there.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe that after all that time, they lose so many rounds in a row. They're like, now we're going to get it, right? Now we'll push it to overtime. I mean, you just want to apply the pressure instead of just trying to survive on forward. But to their credit, they do succeed in doing so. And now we move on to round number 25, eventually into overtime for a second straight map. if the pattern continues, as it did in the previous map, Wildcard are on for a win here. But I don't know. It was not an easy T side for them by any means. And you're looking at the Getting Info side having the opportunity to continue on their CT side with money not being an issue anymore. Not that it was in regulation, but still, they don't have to think about it as much. And we have another tech pause.
Yeah, just a second. Gives everybody a chance to take a breather. Of course, there'll be no talking allowed during tech pause time out, but it gives them a second just to breathe and have a little bit of a think to themselves. As you said, money's not going to be an issue. That means we get to see both of these players out on AWPs. And that's something that Wildcard really struggled with, is that they were on and off again with these gun rounds, on one, off one, on one, off one. It meant that they had no consistency to be able to properly mount a couple of rounds, limit test, see if they could find that all-important round to get them up to 12 a little bit earlier. But now that's not going to be a problem. They get to start out on their T side, maybe a little bit of a worry, but if they can even find 2 rounds on this T side, they set themselves up really nicely to try to close this out. Here a couple of clicks.
Yeah,
Always a good noise.
That might be the sign. Yes, it is. I see buy-ups happening. This tech pause is probably over in the next few moments, folks. And there we have it. We're going to be into the action. Yeah, exactly. As soon as you hear that typing, it's like, oh, here we go. Yeah. And indeed it is the case. All right. Let's get ready for another OT. Second map in a row where we've had it after what was kind of a drubbing, right? By Getting Info against Wildcard on Ancient. Then we have 2 very tightly contested maps, which you kind of hope to see every time these 2 teams face off against each other. But you have to wonder what happened to Wildcard in that gap between 11 to 5 and being down 12 to 11. They just couldn't collect themselves to capitalize on their advantage. Now, at least they're going to get a second crack at it here in overtime.
Needs to be a really good start from them. And, ooh, pick through the smoke. Long range. Nav's going to find it. Dia's lining up, just waiting for JBA here. Is he going to peek it dry? Actually, no, looks like he's just going to back away to meet up with his team. Smart move. Avoids the danger. And they can focus up. They need to play the numbers game because they are now at a disadvantage.
Shane, spots the shoulder of Fuzi, tosses the incendiary forward immediately. You love the new sound effects they added for that incendiary as it goes forward, just like a nice little fizz as it goes forward. Anyway, whatever. That's not the point. We're in overtime. Let's focus on the game. I'm enjoying the sounds, though. Peeping, finding the headshot onto Shane. And now Slump and Snap striking back with a vengeance, but the last couple of shots missing for Slump, and it costs him a frag. Thing is, for Snap missing the mark. Slump is still alive, and he takes care of Fuzi. Marky the last on to Stanislaw, and that one is rebuffed by Getting Info.
Rebuffed indeed, and they are probably kicking themselves. They could have done that 1 round earlier. They secured everything they needed. They just needed a little bit more of a push, and they managed to get it done. First round of overtime goes their way. Build up a little bit of a buffer, build up of a little bit of an opportunity going on to that harder T side. Anything you can get here is gold dust, and just makes your opponent's life a little bit harder. Makes them have to come back into this, and comebacks have been the name of the game. Nobody wants to try and do it again, so every round here is going to feel so important.
Once more going for outside control here. Our wild card. Last time they had lost a player through the smoke before he could even spot anything. That was Fiku. This time they will complete their journey without a casualty. That said, Slump's waiting on the other side. Slump is the only one in this position, but a quick rotation down the vents will likely be on the card should he fall. That flashbang doesn't do anything surprisingly. I thought it should have blinded Slump. It was within his vision, but he's got full visibility. Eventually, likely gonna have to fall off. This one does get a frag before he is dropped and traded. As I mentioned, they were trying to rotate down quickly, and they do. Dia already at the double doors with the op. JBA doesn't open up the doors, but a rifle will join Dia towards this B site.
Indeed, Fiku, all doors on open. That kind of spots a gun barrel, but it's a superficial clear. Fuzi's got one. JBA's got another. Shane, smoke to go on out to block the line of sight to try isolate a couple of jewels, but the issue is the immediate reposition. It's not going to be respected. Smoke's just going to be played on the other side of, and Fuzi's already got the angle down on the ground. Shane toying, jiggling, needs his teammate to get a move on to try deal with JBA, but the issue is JBA too far removed from the situation. One activates without the other. Doors swing open, and it is a red carpet for Fuzi's headshot.
Wow, well done from the Wildcard side to bring it back. And it's interesting to see because Getting Info continue to deploy these different defenses. If they had just gone with the same defense they had in the previous round, maybe things would have been successful. But this time, only that one player towards Secret leaves things kind of isolated on the site itself. Although the reinforcements do arrive, all that outside space on the periphery of the B site is taken by Wildcard. So it kind of keeps the Getting Info side guessing. Yes, Dia does get one frag, but there's two in return for Wildcard as they charge on through, and they just didn't have the setup they needed to rebuff them. Now we go into the final round of this first half of overtime, and both teams are still back at square one. Who will gain that edge going into this next bit of OT?
We'll find out. Well, given a little bit of a ledge to work on is Wildcard. So much space, and a clean headshot. Fuzi has been unstoppable in this series. Marky has been going toe-to-toe with him, but Fuzi stepping up in a lot more of an impactful way, especially going into these latter rounds. He's been the clutch king in the most crispy of moments. Fiku from the heavens is wrapped all the way around and has got a perfect angle. Spotted both, but the issue is he's going to be able to take down neither, and has had that chunk of health taken off of him instead even. Peeping's got one in lobby, and that's going to force this crunch on out. Runs through the fire. JBA's found Marky, and now Dia goes down. Shane nowhere to be seen just yet, but doesn't matter because they're not too concerned.
What? There's no way. How does Shane not get that one? JBA absolutely turning on a dime to get that final headshot. A 3K on the round for him and a 14th delivered largely in part at his hand, right? And I talked about this before. When you have JBA kind of firing off on all cylinders and he's looking good, then you will find success if you're on the side of Wildcard because he's that good in those instances. And now you also said, I think it was going all the way back to Overpass, right? When you said JBA switching sides, going to T side, it unleashes him a little bit more.
Yeah.
And obviously that was happening right there on that T side where he's just able to freewheel around outside.
It's much easier to set up a star player for players on the T side, I think, than the CT side.
Yes.
Just a couple less things to have to worry about. Oh, the nades go deep, and Fuzi is feeling the burn. And there's an immediately they peel away. They don't want to give away any opportunity to give a pick to equalize this, to turn the tides back and even them. And it's a really nice call. They head elsewhere, they hit elsewhere. They've got a wall of smokes to allow them outside. Still very wary. They've not always been respected, but they will be allowed to head down today.
Smoke gonna get tossed. Stanislaw still holding a very tight line here from a garage, but players have snuck down into Secret. Good rotation from Wildcard, aware of this being a possibility, peeping, along with Fiku already on the scene. And this is a pretty potent spot on top of Sila for peeping. Getting Info may have a false sense of comfort going to the site now with JBA joining as well. This is a fantastic bit of maneuvering and calling from Stanislaw, realizing there's only one place they could possibly be. This will be an all-out brawl for control of this B site. Could be Wildcard on to map and series point, and there it is. Fiku and Peeping finding three combined. JBA gets Marky, only Dia left, who will be disposed of by the one and only JBA. 15-13 in favor of Wildcard.
It's so perfect, the setup there. But the other thing is there's so much trust relied on each other. You've got the players who are on top of the silo at the back of site, right? Who is relying on Fiku to hold the double doors there. If Fiku falters even slightly in his duty, both of them go down, right? You've got a player on ramp, and it's such an intricate setup with so much trust put in them, but it pays off in dividends, and it's beautiful to see. It puts them on series points. Two opportunities to close this out, or we go another overtime. They should be able to do it. You'd hope. They blew 3 series points earlier, so I have a little bit of doubt, but I guess we'll find out. Hiding in the vent, Marky's going to be making a lot of noise. JBA's just waiting for an opportunity like a crocodile in the marsh, but actually, they are just going to fall back. Fiku's getting aggressive in trophy, but Snav was holding for it. They have fallen back now. An opportunity awaits, potentially.
Yeah, this is a lot of control for Wildcard. Like, you don't even have to really worry about ramp at this stage. Not to mention, I mean, outside's a bit at risk, but they've got the defense in the right places. JBA and Stanislaw, even a lobby crunch could be on the cards here. Stanislaw gets the first onto Snav, swings around again against Marky, doesn't win that fight, but Fousey's winning a bunch of them. Finds 2 onto Shane and Slub. Marky having to do work, but he's gone, and so is Dia. Wildcard win it again in overtime, and they are headed to the grand finals here of ECL Cup number 2 to face off against Marsborn.
Whoa, what a series indeed. Absolutely lights out. The fact that it gets so close on so many of these maps, and I think it's really interesting to highlight the difference since these two teams last played. There's way less opportunity, way less chance for these one-sided affairs. We saw 13 threes on Overpass and stuff. No map felt like a walkover. Well, kind of. Much less so than in the first series. Individual stepping up. Fousey, we've highlighted him throughout the whole time, but we've got to sing his praises again. So many moments where he is an individual, had his whole team on the back, but again, Stanislaw, some amazing calls, some amazing reads going on there. JBA, not much on the CT side, but on the T side was really allowed to go and thrive there. Fiku, another player who just seemed to be in the right place at the right time always.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw mistakes being made by Wildcard, right, on their T side, and you saw one of them where they were holding for a post plant, and players weren't even looking in the right position in a 4v2, where they had so many angles they could have been holding and controlling, but they decided not to. So just allowing getting info to get back into this one. Eventually, they close it out, but there's still work to be done on the Wildcard side, which is no surprise. I mentioned it before. You know, you've had a lot of roster changes on this roster. You need time to practice and get it done, but because there's so many reps, so many matches to be played, you don't always get the luxury of that. Sometimes you're just going on the fly and trying to adapt, and they did a fantastic job of recovering what was almost a fumble here on Nuke to close it out and get the win. Honestly, I'm really impressed overall with Wildcard and what they've been able to show us. JBA shining as he should. Fousey as well. You know, they brought him back because they know what he's capable of with that AWP and his game-changing ability, and he absolutely delivers. I couldn't agree with you more there.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a tough loss, especially then when there were so many opportunities for either of these teams to have closed it out. And to be honest with you, not even in this map, if we go back to Overpass as well, it could have gone either way. And so I'm sure when they're looking back at the VODs, there will be, especially if you're getting info, there'll be a lot of moments where they're like, oh, if only, and it's small micro little elements. But that's what the lower bracketers look like. Wildcard fighting their way on through. And of course, it's unfortunate there to have gone through such an upper bracket run for getting info to fall quite literally at the last hurdle. Fall from grace, you lose 2 series back to back, and that's it, done. But the grand final, it awaits us.
I mean, not to mention getting forward in the upper bracket final and the lower bracket final, and lost it both times. So they were flirting with that grand final, but just couldn't find their way there. And as we already mentioned, grand final going to feature Marsborn and Wildcard. I believe that'll be coming your way tomorrow. But for now, guys, we've wrapped this up. It's been a long series, but we're ready to say goodnight. So we hope to see you guys again for that grand final. But for now, have yourselves an amazing night.
We almost had this.
Thank God it's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards ECL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/ECL.
ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Qiddiya.